Good morning and or night. I hope everyone's having a good day. We're just going to start the stream with a legend
Does it ever
key
feel like you're a
and
marketing
Cobblemon
professional
because I
just
got one,
speaking into
and
the
then
void?
we'll get into the cooking. I'll
But with
probably be
LinkedIn
starting
ads,
with
you
cutting
can know you're reaching the
potatoes,
right decision makers,
but
a network of 130 million of them, in fact. You can even
this real
target
quick.
buyers by job title, industry, company, seniority, skills, and did I say job title? See how you can avoid the void and reach the right buyers with LinkedIn ads. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Get started at linkedin.com/campaign.
Maybe we'll
Terms and
get
conditions
some
apply.
early morning luck. Boop. Close. The shiny Tapu Lele would have been cool. Well, Moltres would have been nice too, though. That's okay. I think we have a couple Zaruds. So not really a hit, but it's okay. I do like Zarud for what it's worth, so not too pressed. He's technically, I think, an Uber. Technically, I think goes there. But yeah, anyways. I'll have this sitting up idle. I'll probably be at the base for vegetables. So I'll sit idle at the restaurant. Do, 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 do. Retrospectively sitting in the restaurant while making food in real life. So, um, all right. And over we go. Hello. Bear with me. I have to get like a lot more stuff to make this process easier if I'm gonna do it regularly, but it is what it is. So, um, technically, I love you have it. Oh yes, always, always. I live in recipes, and you can actually kind of see this is the guild hall base. This is a new book because I ran out of room at my other one. But yeah, so we're going to get started with. It does. Yeah, it's got some leaves on it. My other recipe book is over. This is the only pen. I know, honestly, we have so many, and I just go back to that one regularly. But yeah, once I get like my official ingredients, I just kind of write it down in this book. So I live in compartmentalized books until I've realized. I did go to storage last night. And I'm pretty excited about that because I got. If you remember those mugs I was talking about. So this is the one I was talking about. And essentially, it's based off of the Avatar Island in Pandora. But I love it. Love this one. So awesome mug. And then this one is my favorite. It's based off of the tree that's in the middle of the Animal Kingdom. Has all the carvings of animals in it. It's big. I like this one. And this one makes me smile. It's great. It's got a cute face. And then one last one. And then I have the Nightmare Before Christmas, the mayor. It's because both sides, and he's like a little steeper hat that goes on top of him. But it's super cute. I like this one too. Anyhow, yeah, we're going to see a lot of my actual cooking stuff is in storage. So that's nice. I just need to get the oven on first, just to so that bacon like to saute it. This is a cutting board that my father made for me. Um, Dad's a woodworker. Organize. And they got my kitchen knife back. She's been in storage for me, so I'm very thankful to have her back. I just have to make a little bleach solution, a standard for most kitchens. Typically, it's like a tablespoon for like a gallon of water. Use test strips, but we just in my home kitchens. I'm just gonna put like a teaspoon for quart. I don't have any cloth right, so that's this is just sanitizer solution. That's all it is. So yeah, I'm gonna start by getting first off preheating the oven. I, I like to get my bacon cooked at about 375. It's about 12-15 minutes. It's not too long. I'm not trying to. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You could undercook it, you could overcook it. You're just rendering the fat. So, rendering is a process of slowly cooking out fat from your protein. So, it's not specific to anything. So, wood cutting boards. Rules of thumb is don't be cutting anything that has liquids or is porous like onions or garlic if you want it to last long. Also for sanitary reasons. So, you know, there are wood cutting boards out there for that, but this is a handmade one that my father made specifically, so it's like yeah, it's an all natural one, so it's like only got beeswax. There's no other beeswax on it. There's no other form of like setting it, so it's gonna wear slowly over a period of time. So the goal is to make it last as long as it can. But anyways, I went shopping yesterday, tried to keep it cheap. Both meals we're going to be making are about $20 each. Honestly, jeez, it's sure price. So it's not too bad, especially because of the quality of stuff. So speaking is $3. Yes, I own gloves in my kitchen. I have a lot of like finger touching things, and it's just a habit. I'm gonna have you look while I lay down. Be back soon to check in. I'm so excited for food today. Yeah, I'm crazy. Didn't get some sleep. See. So with this here, I'm gonna set this aside behind us while I grab the baking pan. Now again, this is a home kitchen, so I know it's kind of stir a little bit. It's just from the roasting. Can't really spread anything about it. Not that I ever really could. And I'm keeping base for pictures. Only by some manual the right virtue for this hospital. Not wax paper. Wax paper is a parchment, okay? For the rolls, I'll cut the sides so it's in, but for the bacon, so I'm just gonna keep it carved like that, and the parchment rolls so then the oil stays inside. I like to do this stuff before I actually use it in the cooking, or like the chowder. This is going in the chowder. Um, Mostly because if I don't want all this fat in the chowder, this is easier to control. Shouldn't have taken my other glove off, but that's okay. We'll take our time. With bacon, especially the things like this, you can get away layering off of the bacon on top of each other. If you're making bacon for like a dinner or breakfast type of thing, I wouldn't necessarily stack it. Like if these were going on a burgers, it'd be okay. But for this type of thing, we can get away with doing that to help save space. This stage works really well if you're slightly undercooking your bacon. This stage doesn't work well if you're cooking your bacon to its final stage. So a crispy or it's taking me forever because I could put on another glove. But I don't know just here. And bad luck habit. Need to not waste so many. Anyone very funny again watching the pod. My name is Bliss. I used to be a chef. Well, I used to be a professional chef. I'm still a chef. I just no longer get paid for it currently. But yeah. So sometimes I get on stream cooking noodles. Telling some food yes. I would like to reach where we were. It's just a little bit harder to set up back and forth from the gaming to this. But a little bit more history. I have about, oh god, 15 years of industry experience. Started in kitchens when I was 15, and then started as a dishwasher and a pantry chef. Got a job at Dairy Queen because I was told that I needed to start from the bottom and from the top since I was going to be getting a degree. That was my home economics teacher, so I took her seriously. And then after Dairy Queen, I had a lady, a wonderful lady named Polly, who reached out to me, and they were doing a final college video movie, like making a movie for their client. And so they hired me to be the craft assistant for 2 weeks. And after I did the craft assistant for 2 years, then I moved to Seattle and became a food expediter at Top Sky City, which is the restaurant that used to be the top of the space in Seattle. At that time, I was about 18. And then the rest of my history kind of looks similar to that. A bunch of other restaurants. It's been about 20, 30. I'm gonna throw this in the oven again. Still preheating, so actually I'm gonna wait till it's be done. There's a sound. Okay. Couldn't. And then I'm gonna get some veggies. Take them with some pink water and just some. It looks cluttered over here. Those are just the dishes and pan that I'm going to use. I just pre-pulled out some pans that I was going to use some of this. Okay, so we have our potatoes here. The potatoes we're using are Yukon Gold. Yukon Gold typically have a lot more starch than your other potatoes, so it's a really good choice for chowders and other things like that. They're really good for mashed potatoes, and you do recommend them. Just don't overmix them, or you end up with like a very thicker consistency and less light and fluff potato. So basically, we're just going to be peeling. I noticed that the one thing I didn't get in the store was stock. Stock is stupidly expensive right now. The best I could get was chicken bouillon, but I'm still going to do my best with the scraps. So I am going to be putting all the scraps in a small saucepan, and we're going to throw some water in there, and we're going to sit down and make like a very light vegetable stock out of the leftovers, and then add the chicken bouillon to that to make just like our light chicken stock. Like if you're unfamiliar with this part of the peeler, it's so that if there's divots inside of the potato, you can dig it down and scoop out like that. Your metal peelers will still have that little bevel in that thingy, and you can still get it. It's just so you don't shave off most of the potato. When you're done peeling the potato, keep it in the cold water. Then you grab it from the potatoes from. The cold water will help it from oxidizing or turning brown. So I heard the oven preheat go up, so I'm gonna throw that bacon in. I'm gonna do 12 minutes to start. So I was taught when you feel anything to try to go long ways, it takes less time and space. Also try not to bend your wrist like this, and more so keep it firm, so you just kind of right the reach and push. If you have to do a lot of work, like this sometimes would be like my task for 5 to 6 hours, it saves a lot of wrist muscles from soreness. When the potatoes are really small, it gets a little bit harder, but it's still doable. Oh boy, the Grand Chef stream I never created. Hi Twiggy, how are you? I'll have to please. Hi Creative, how are y'all? We're just prepping potatoes right now. The majority of them are going to be for the mashed potatoes, and then the other portion that's going to be for the chowder. How are y'all doing? I know, it has been a minute. It's good. Finally got set up for a cooking stream, so hopefully we can figure out how to make this a regular thing. How about you? What's been new? Right now I'm just saving my peels to make a light veg stock. This chicken stock was really expensive. And what I mean by really expensive is like it's like $5 for one, like a few quarts, which is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. I pressured Bliss enough to do it. That is true, creator. Loki did. Would try to lessen my screen time on to touch grass and stuff. Absolutely, Twiggy. The cooking streams kind of help me with that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's kind of restrictive. Like, I have Cobblemon open up in front of me so I can read the chat. Can't touch it. But no, yeah, I actually just said to my partner yesterday that we need to be going on a road trip soon because, like, touching grass, same reasons. You call on over to addiction. There might be a legendary, there might be a poke party. If it helps, I'm sitting at the restaurant in Cobblepot while I'm cooking. So, just living that roleplay life. What are you up to, creative? How are you this morning? How's terraforming going? Alrighty. Oh yeah, about that. I did nothing. I've been writing pageant, getting more pokes. I finally have a whole another 8 gear. Nice. That's something to put in a resume for sure. I can multitask. Ironically, what's funny, Twiggy, is when I worked at the Chivalry Blessing Garden Museum, a large portion of our chefing that we were doing at that time was banquet chefing. And so cooking is kind of like this would be my task for like 6 hours in that day because we're like cooking for like 300, 400, or way more. And if you walked into the kitchen, it would be like 5 prep chefs, including myself, and we all individually have our own phones out watching our own movies. And some days I'd be like, all right, everyone put their phones away. We're watching Shrek. And I'll like put up Shrek and we'd all just be watching Shrek. But it's so funny looking at all the guys like, but sometimes it's like, you kind of have to pick your poison because there's definitely people who can like, we call it in the kitchen, we call it whistle while you work. And if you can't whistle while you work, sometimes you got to kind of trick them with the music. It's nice to see someone else cutting board get soaking wet. I thought I was sloppy. Oh no. Water's okay. That sounds so dangerous though. Imagine cutting. Well, technically, if you are properly trained, you have what's called the claw. And so when we cut, there's no way to actually cut our finger, if you can see. The only time this becomes an issue is when people overstick their thumb, which this is common. So you have to tuck your thumb and make the claw. So if you're doing the proper practice of how we were taught, there's no way to actually, this knuckle blocks it. There's no way to actually, if you look. So the other thing about knives, this was a fun thing in the kitchen. If you press a knife straight down, she won't cut. The whole point of cutting with a knife is sliding motions. So if you're pressing straight down on your potato and things, that's incorrect. You're using physics against yourself. So if I press straight down, I'm doing all the work. If I slide the knife does all the work. So it's little things like that you can tell if you can trust chefs or not to like do that type of video thing. That's not something I would trust anyone with because you are correct. It is dangerous. How long did it get you comfortable cutting like that? So I started competitions when I was 15. And when I was 15, part of my practice when I first started culinary was a home economics teacher, and she would get us a 50-pound bag of potatoes. And the first thing that we would have to do is essentially cut all the potatoes in all the different cuts. So we had to learn at least 3 different forms of cuts for competition to present them, but we had to learn them all. So I can't remember all their names, but if I can off the map, there's Brunoise, there's Julien, there's Tournay, there's small dice, medium dice, and probably a few other that I'm not remembering. So right now we are going to be doing um, kind of a little bit more cutthroat, I'll say. So cooking rules were that we were not allowed to have any electronic tools. So all we had was two Bunsen burners. We had an hour to cook a three-course meal, and it was fine dining. So the blenders we used, the campfire oven we used, it was all like very makeshift. So I would say it was more ingenuity than it was like fine dining, but we still would produce fine dining meals with like little things, if that makes sense. Like I had to do ice cream and other things like that. And so we would use like dry ice to set it quicker. And I had to use white chocolate and I spray painted it to color it. And like using chocolate to spray paint was like a big hype thing at that time. So yeah, we did pretty well in the competition. It's not gonna lie. So we are going to be doing probably small dice. So once you block off your cube, I'm going to cut this into quarters. No, I'm a little rusty. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a minute since I've cut, so bear with me. It's like slightly bigger than Brunoise, but I like it to not be medium dice when I'm doing chowder. And since I'm doing kind of like a small amount for Ellie and I, it's mostly just for us. So if there is a ton left over, I'll probably like freeze it, but that's about it. Interesting. What's the incentive of joining such a competition? For us, Um, for us, since we were in high school, it was college tuition and also being spotted. So the judges in the competitions were future employers. So like how I got my job basically at the Space Needle was because they were my judge in the competition for about 4 years. Because I started in the competition as a freshman, which was kind of unheard of for a large portion of kids because, you know, not many kids know at 14 what they want to do and then are that adamant. But thankfully, I was taken pretty seriously. And so it was mostly for on the job experience. My culinary arts teacher at that time taught me that I can either get a college degree or I can get experience. In this world, in this realm of cooking, it's one or the other or both. And it's impossible to have both right now for our age group. And that was the realize like that was the realization of being 21. So Wheezy, that's what we called her, taught me. She said, Nick, if you can own your interviews, then the people who have finished college won't be competition because there's no way that they could have gone to school and had the experience in that I'm working on. So my 10 years of experience competing with their 4 years of college. So she was pretty a smart lady, I'm not gonna lie. She set me up. So yeah, great advice to be honest. Yeah, she was a pretty phenomenal woman. She was much older. I think she was probably about 55 when I was 15. So she was kind of like another grandma, but she was passionately and unapologetically uh, cared. She would pick up all the kids on the weekend, even if we didn't want to, the ones of us in culinary arts. She wouldn't come into our house because she understood that would be breaking the law. So she would send the other kids into our house. We'd knock on the door, would look to their parents and say, Miss Rubel had a field trip. So and so still sleeping. They said, okay. And the kids would drag them out of the room. And she would take us to all the like local farms. So like the local berry farm like Sakamo Brothers or the shellfish farm like Taylor or the local bison farm, basically to get our like hands into the food itself at such a young age to create that passion for us. So passionate people are the best to learn from, not just skills, but like life stuff too. I agree. I agree. Yeah, so I was pretty privileged, honestly, with the opportunities I got in my little school, because it was just a plain old public school in the middle of a small island. S- But yeah, so cooking competitions. It was all the states. It was called Pro Start, and we took well, first off, our school was taking first in states for the last 5 or 6 years before I had joined, so there was already a legacy. When I joined, though, we got the highest in nationals, which felt pretty good. So we took second at nationals the year that I was on. And then after that year, I decided to kind of hit a rock and a hard place. You've had such great experience. Oh, yes, I really have. And so my senior year, the rock and the hard place I was stuck in is that I could have been the captain of the culinary arts team because I had already done it for 3 years, or so there's two sides of it. There was the hot foods side and the knowledge team. The knowledge team is like the restaurant industry side of things, the crunching numbers, the business owning, theming, all the nitty gritty side of things. We only had one person interested in that in our senior year, and that was a big part of our competition too. Like having our hot foods team go to nationals without even a knowledge team was like, it's like kind of like, really? Like, are y'all that poor? Like, y'all can't, like, that's sad. And so, I basically like stepped down from the hot foods team to work the knowledge side, but I was still helping the hot foods team, if that makes sense. Like I was helping guide them and stuff like that. So, but thankfully Katie and I, because that was the only other person that was in it with me, we took first in state, but we we didn't do great at nationals, not because of our performance, but because we didn't really follow the rules. The rules were to create a proposal investment to a bunch of angel investors where they would be excited to invest into an idea. And what we made was the actual restaurant. We gave them real numbers. We gave them the full restaurant. We gave them the full theming, what it would look like, the advertisement. Like, we gave them the product after the investors. And that was what they didn't like. I was like, that's crazy. Not us doing more work than what we signed up for. But it was a life lesson. It was a lot of fun, though. I learned a lot about the other side of cooking that I probably would have never learned that. So, and I think it's important to know, you know, everything in something that you want to be masterful in. But my immediate passion from cooking comes from both of my mothers. So my mother, one of my mothers is full Filipino. So she was always cooking delicious Filipino foods when I was growing up. And then my other mama is, she grew up in Washington. And so she makes a lot of like homey foods, like chicken and dumplings and pierogies. Just a lot of like American comfort classics. So I like that too. A lot of my experience comes from scratch kitchens, ultimately. So low waste, high profit was the goal section. But yeah. So if you all have any questions or anything like that, feel free to ask. If it's food related, I might know. High possibility, I might. Okay, so I'll probably do like 2 more potatoes. Scratch kitchens, we make all the menu items from like scratch. So nothing's like frozen, pre-frozen, nothing's pre-done. We're not pre-buying anything in the kitchen. They're kind of like a lost thing now because of how cheap it is to pre-buy everything. A lot of people don't want to pay for the knowledge and the talent that it comes to know how to be a scratch kitchen fully. So like part of the scratch kits and stuff is like how you see me use my scraps. Like this is going to be part of like the mashed potatoes. The skins are going to be part of a stock. So it's a cheaper way to cook, but the chefs who know it are the expensive part. Yes, correct, Vicky. What a lot of kitchens will do is they will throw all this away because how they view it is that this one potato, even without its scraps, is still paying for 2 to 3 meals. So this 1 to 3 potatoes is still going to make its money. It made its money. A lot of times kitchens aren't trying to scratch the pennies. Like this is like 2 cents of that potato. Well, 2 cents of this potato times 1,000 is 2,000 pennies, kind of a thing. So how can we condense that to be, penny pinchers in a sense, Scrooges in the kitchen, but the quality of the food still isn't lost. So, but in order to get someone to do that extra labor and know how to do that extra labor is the expensive part of it. Because I'm learning, but then you still will probably miss one specific ingredient, no? Or what do you mean by like a specific ingredient? Mm, 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 mm. For example, you have scraps to do a certain meal, but you're missing the meat. Oh, but then those scraps would go in the freezer and then they would become like part of a stock. Or like the thing about scraps is that there's never one use for them. There's like many, many different options. So like if the scraps that you do have happen to come up when you do have an extra protein, then that's like the perfect recipe for like, oh yeah, we can do this. But if if it's going straight to the trash, that's kind of the point and that a scratch kitchen will avoid to the most potential. Um, so full usage of all the food. But also like if you're coming for like a brunch and things like that, a lot of restaurants, I guarantee you, if you're going to them, if you get like your biscuits and gravy, those biscuits are pre-bought from a frozen puck, and then that puck is baked. So it still gives and feels like it's freshly cooked and baked, but it's still not a scratch item. Scratch would mean that a chef got the flour, got the sugar, got the butter, cut it up, made the trifold, made the laminate dough, and then cut so that's kind of ultimately the biggest difference too. That must require someone with a big brain to keep that in mind, stuff that you have options. It didn't used to be, but I've been learning that, yeah, it is kind of now. Um, I'm learning that that's not something that people, I guess, just retained as much as they should have. A lot of people, especially when they become chefs, just want like to make the pretty food. Um, I don't know. It's interesting. Good morning, Blissy. I'm so excited, happy, and jealous you're making clam chowder. Good morning, Ark. How are you? And yes, we'll be making clam chowder. We do have maintenance coming in today, but I don't think it'll be an issue. They're going to be in the bathrooms. But yes, a lot of the people that I learned from honestly were some of the biggest brains that I've ever met. And much bigger than like much, much bigger. I look to food as a lot of times like a science point of view, but also not. I was originally trained with fine dining, so molecular gastronomy was the fad that was big when I first started. So, but yeah. If I didn't realize what we were making, I'm gonna have to go grab some food because the thought of it is making me hungry. Yes, we are making clam chowder, bread, and meat. So I have all of my small, well, I guess like small dice, a little bit bigger than small dice because small dice is a little bit smaller than this, I think. But yeah, so we have our small diced potatoes. I'm gonna set these aside in some cold water in the fridge until we're ready to use them. But I am going to, if you notice how the water's a little murky, that's all the starch seeping out of the Yukon. So because this is a chowder and we do want it to be a little bit thicker, I'm gonna leave that starch in there to help dissolve back into the potatoes. If this was something like for mashed potatoes, I'd want to rinse this until a lot of this water is clear to make sure that there's no extra starch going into it. So this is going in the fridge. I'm gonna lurk around and do some tasks while listening to the cooking show. Have a go. Yeah, of course. You too, Twiggy. Okay, so now we're left with our scraps from the potatoes. So these can stay in the water until we're ready to use them. We're going to cut the bigger potatoes in half so they cook a little bit faster for the mashed potatoes. Okay. I'm gonna pop this knife down under my board real quick. And so you can kind of see that the water is getting a little bit murky, so we're going to rinse this off with some extra cold water. Oops, I forgot a potato. Oh. The sneaky round potato. Okay, I'm going to rinse this with cold water. So this is our scrap bowl for our stock. I rinse that. I'm going to set it aside for when we do our other veggies. I need to get a pot of water going for the potatoes. So I'm going to fill with water first. Now, I like to add. Is there ever a point where you hated cooking? How long would you say it took you to acclimate from not being in the kitchen every day to being in your own kitchen? Was there any bad habits you picked up being in the kitchen that stayed after having? Um, so I never hated cooking. I hated the restaurants I worked for, the people I worked under. So that's always remained true. And I think that's just a testament to how much I actually do love cooking. Um, I acclimated not being in the kitchen pretty easily simply because I just shifted to cooking for the people I love more regularly. I have stopped doing that more regularly, but I think it's because the amount of people I have to cook for is a little bit less. So, but feeding people is something that I've always loved to do, and it's just a passion. And then, was there any bad habits? I wouldn't say bad. If anything, what would be viewed as bad would be lack of communication skills for like other people. Like a kitchen works with very concise, very like forward facing, like speaking. Like for instance, like my food expediting job where that one chef wouldn't talk to me for my first week because I was too wordy. Like the conciseness being like Pete, ticket 503, fire. Like the conciseness of it and the way communication skills are, it's like we always start with context. We always start with the meat. We always start with like leading the point of the conversation of like this is where it is. And I think sometimes people struggle with that as a level of like control or like over directness. But the kitchen, honestly, all the habits I gained from it was mostly helpful, and helped shape my life and keep me safe, honestly. Having a passion that I wanted to culture and keep safe, and has helped me a lot with all that. But okay, bacon. I was like, I smell bacon. Let me look for my oven mitts. Okay. So this is what rendering is. So if you can see all that oil in there, we're just getting rid of that oil from the starting process. So I'll set that aside until it cools off a little, and then we can pull that baking out of that and get it cooling. In this pan specifically with the water, we're gonna add salt first. I have Himalayan salt. It's what I prefer. So it's about, 2 tablespoons. Salt looks like a lot to people if they're not used to actually seasoning stuff, but the brought us here that was actually under 2 tablespoons. One of my main ingredients that I really, really love in my potatoes, and I feel like it has very good taste, bay leaf in the water. So I'll add a couple like bay leaves. If they're small, I'll do like a couple chunks. Love Himalayan salt. Me too. And it's always so cheap. Like we got I can't find it, but it's a big ass container for like $5. It was pretty great. So yeah, I'm making lunch early today. Hecking Blissy, I'll be back. Don't cook too fast. I want to come back when you're on step 3. Yeah, of course. Okay. And then I like to do garlic. Since this is just for the potatoes itself, again, instead of basically like this stock bowl becomes my new vegetable scrap. And that's how this works. Any little bits and pieces that I cut off that I would normally throw in the trash, it's going to be part of this little stocks. I had to go grab food. My mouth was actually watering when Bliss mentioned clam chowder. When I asked for this stream, I didn't expect it would be mild torture as well. That's so funny. Y'all too kind. But yes, I am my home economics teacher, her and her daughter, because her daughter was an English teacher who helped train me for the other competition, and then her mother was the cooking teacher. So they said, because they got their hands on me by the time I was 13 as a freshman, and they said, we're going to turn you into a cooking machine. And I can't say that they didn't not succeed. During my prime, I was really good. I was really quick too. I've slowed down in my years, but the talent's still there. It's just my speed isn't as good. I mean, I don't think I'd be able to pull numbers for 2000s and plating dinners for 2000s anymore right now. I could work up to it, but yeah, I'm like out of practice. So whole cloves, give it a little smash. You're just trying to loosen it up a little bit, and then that's going to go in the water. Let's smash. And then your water should look like that. A couple bay leaves, you have your garlic, you have your salt. You're gonna throw that on until it's boiling. I have to do everything on this board, so give me a second to clear it off. Ooh, Bliss cooking stream. Yes. Hello, Mad. How are you? I thought that name had an extra letter. Just need to put a towel down for the heat. Good. We're making clam chowder, some bread, and then also a meatloaf with some Brussels sprouts and mashed potato. So quite a bit. We'll probably be on for a minute. Okay, so here's the bacon. We need to just remove the bacon itself and then keep the fat because we're still going to leave that. Ooh, a big meal. Yes, big. I know, I feel bad. I was trying to get it at a time where it would be easy for people in Australia and New Zealand, but I'm like, dang, that looks yum. Give me some. Yes, bacon's always one of those things that will always snap on. We always have to snack on it in the kitchen. I have to look away from the bacon. I'm gonna keep my screen here somewhere. Okay, so I just like to get a plate with some paper towels on it. Uh, don't get me wrong, I love bacon, but I oftentimes feel too guilty about all the grease. So we're just going to pick this up. It's going to get chopped up later, so we're just going to fold it. Let this do its thing on this paper towel. This oil I'm going to be using for part of the roux and sauteing some of the veggies, so I'm going to set aside this for now. And this I'm going to put in a small pot. And this is where the deli paper, or the parchment paper specifically, comes in handy and why I like it so much. It's just low cleaning. Whoops, as I spill it. But it's low cleaning, and like the pan, I can just reuse it out. We got our oil, this stuff. Think of me as like a short Julia Child. You're gonna see me drop a lot, make mistakes, but the food will still be great. Okay, so now that we have our oil for the base of our veggies, we'll start cutting our celery and our carrots for the chowder. We're gonna do celery next. I'm just gonna wash it really well. I buy bulk veggies when I'm at the store because like getting 4 stalks of celery is like 75 cents, $1, versus like getting a bunch of celery. I'm not gonna use all of it. And try to do bulk produce. If you have a produce store name that specializes in veggies and stuff, do that. It'll be cheap. Now, well, we have Walmart. That's fine. That works too. I used a QFC. We actually don't have Walmarts in Seattle. I don't think they're allowed, but we have Targets. So Walmarts or Seattle's weird like that. Yes. Okay, I like to cut all of my veggies when I'm doing small dice the same exact way. So I'm gonna cut all of these in half. I'm gonna grab the bowl. I'm gonna put them in. This one. We're gonna cut all of these in half. And then, yeah, that's probably good, honestly. If you cut celery too small, it's just gonna like melt into the chowder. And you want some bite, ultimately. Let me look this up. There's like hair on my board. First forever, I'm also so. The home kitchens be like the least size for smooth. Benefit of having OCD and working in the kitchen. Anywho, back to being fresh and clean. So once all of those are cut, again, we're just going to make the claw. Take your time, and we're just going to slice these into small. When you swipe your knife, don't swipe it straight up. Curve it and drag. It's for the edge of flame, so remember to keep your thumb back so it's not sticking out. When you get to the end, it's okay to take your thumb off. Just cut slower, so it's interesting. And then put that in the container. And then this one. Cut a little bit smaller. Try to use your best judgment too to get things to be around the same size. If you use something massive, just make it a little bit smaller. Like these super big flat pieces like this. Okay. So we have all of our celery. I'm just going to push it to the side, and then I'm going to grab our carrots. I'm going to cut off the edges of these roots. These are going to go in here. And then we peel. This aside. Okay, so the way I like to cut carrots is this side is smaller than this side over here. So for the smaller sides, I will cut into quarters like this. So now this is in quarters, like sticks, but it's still attached, okay? For the bigger side, on all of the areas where there isn't mark, I'm going to cut. And instead of going in half, I'm going to do this in thirds. Like that. So now this one is in sixes like that. And I do that so now when I go down the carrot stick, it dices all, minus the middle part sometimes, but yeah, so that's how I small dice my carrots. A lot of times my job in the kitchen was like, shit, Nick, we need this on the fly. I need a whole soup to serve 40 people in 20 minutes. And so I had to learn how to do like veg prep and cutting and stuff like that. And I wouldn't say shortcuts, but more efficient. Okay, so for long ones like this is all the same size, so I would just cut this into the sticks. Okay. Something like this one. That's okay. So you need to remember that some of this veg is for the meatloaf. So I'm gonna set aside some of that too. Um, Okay, so that is everything minus the onion. Our lot still a little bit longer. I need one small deli container. We'll need to mince all this, but I'm gonna do a small mirepoix for the meatloaf later. So I'm just gonna take some of these veggies that we do. And that's probably good. And then also onion when we get to that, which is next. So we're just going to push this down. That. And then do onion. Okay. No. Mirepoix is a fancy word for onion, carrot, celery, garlic. The ratios for mirepoix and what you're doing do actually matter. So basically, if you want it to be sweeter, it's going to have a little bit more celery and carrot. If you want it to be more savory, it's going to have more onion and garlic. It just really depends on your goal. Since sweet is not my goal for chowder, we're going to go with more onion in this ratio, so it'll be more savory. These scraps go into the stock bucket. Oh look, there's 1,000 different ways people are going to tell you to cut items. I don't mind hearing that because I just am used to it. There's people that will say don't cut the root ball. If you go to school, that is the way they will teach you to do it. That is not the way I'm very sure to know. So, and I know I'm not doing it that way. So I'm just hesitant. Let's see. I've been told not to cut there as well. I've never had an issue with it. Some people are super sensitive to it, and what they're trying to express is that the tear duct that releases the pheromone or whatever chemical that makes us cry is located in this part here, that little root ball. And so if you don't cut it, you don't feel like teary-eyed or whatever. It doesn't make a difference to me. You can kind of see it right here. So this part right here is the part that releases the chemical for your tear ducts. If you go to school, they're going to have you keeping this intact with the little root ball there, and they're going to have you cut it 6 ways this way, 6 ways this way, and then cut it all this way. I find that to be a waste of onion, personally. So I'm gonna go straight across, moon shaped, like that. I'm gonna slide it half and half, turn them like this, and they're shaped like this, okay? So I'm going to use the feet, cut it twice, then turn it. So that's how I dice my onion. I find it much easier. It doesn't slide around a lot. And it just, yeah, I don't struggle with it. So that's how I've done it for years. Yeah, like, I mean, I am a little teary-eyed, but I think that's because, like, again, it doesn't bug me as much. If I got bothered by it, I would probably go out of my way, but it just doesn't bug me. I can still cut with, like, not having full vision sometimes like that, so. And sometimes if they're super tall, I'll just turn it back down like that, because now it's just smaller onion. And then here, I'll just turn it back over again. I don't like my onion to slide around. That really irritates me. And most of the ways that, like, professional schools or my culinary teachers would teach me would just irritate the ever living hell out of. I hated it. It does give the most uniform cut. So, like, if you're aiming for, like, perfectly square onions, yeah, that is the best way for it. Still not fun. And fun fact, some onions are just stronger than others. Already crying. Oh, I'm so out. Kitchen. What's it called? My kitchen resilience. It's gone. I'm so weak. I'm a weak baby. I cut mine while standing them up. And they move a lot, turning them on their side is a smarter way. Yeah, they always be sliding back and forth. And it's really irritating. Sorry, I just pushed the chair, so if you notice, I'm ignoring. Yeah, tomatoes give me the same problem sometimes, so I've always sat and tried to figure out easier ways that I can not get frustrated at my food. But I can assure you that these are methods that I used in the kitchen for years, and when I would train other chefs, they would lean back onto the methods that I showed them because they just didn't like the other ways. Because I do this in thoughts of like how our bodies work. Okay, we're gonna put all this onion up here, and I might save that onion for the meatloaf as well, because I like extra onion in my meatloaf. So, okay, our water is boiling, so here is all of our cut onions and stuff. I accidentally put a sticker with the onions. Sorry, 1 second. Don't put the stickers in your stock, y'all. You don't want a sticker stock, you know? Okay. Okay. So, the water is boiling. I said not to cut onions on this earlier, but that's okay. I'll just clean it a little immediately up. Move this cutting board real quick. So, water is boiling. This is our garlic, salt, bay leaf mixture. We have freshly rinsed Yukon Golds. Please rinse them. We're going to throw all of our potatoes in water. If you're dropping things in the water, put it on its side over here and let it drop. You want to splash you. All the scrap pieces as well. Okay. So I'm going to put this back on 6 and let it boil probably about 10-12 minutes as well until it's cooked, and then we're going to set it aside. Yes. I do that with tomatoes too. Just slice it like a normal slice and then like a burger slice and turn it on its side and then dice it. So much easier. Okay. Prawn dough. Veggies. We still have to add more, but we're getting to it. So this is for the chowder, okay? I'm gonna grab bay leaf. We're gonna do 2. We're going to do a dash of Old Bay. I call this SPOG, S-P-O-G. It's a basic kitchen essential for any kitchen. It stands for salt, pepper, onion powder, garlic powder. There is no right or wrong ratios. You mix it together, it's SPOG. Okay? So I add SPOG onto everything. We're going to add the bacon fat. And then we're going to dice the rest of the bacon and throw this in here, and then also get some garlic in here. I want to do this on another cutting plate. This is better. Okay. So we're just going to chop this. Then we're going to grab this bad boy again. Put all that bacon in there. And give all this a good mix because I want the onion, celery, and carrots to have a nice coat from the bacon grease. And now that we rendered the bacon, I don't have to worry about it being raw. So we're good to here. We throw away some stuff real quick and wipe things off. Sometimes I get carried away in my streamline and then I end up with too many dishes. Okay, we need to cut some garlic for this. I already did onion on this, so I'm going to do garlic and then rinse it all off. Okay, I'm going to do 4 cloves of garlic. I'm a big garlic fan. So I'm just going to cut off the edges real quick. And sometimes if you like peel it back, it'll peel it, but no. Give it a small smush. This goes into the little stock bowl. So this one here is all done with all of the other scraps. So I'm gonna probably get this on stove now reducing. Stick that. That on a low. It doesn't need to be high. We're gonna go our garlic a quick mince. So like I like to smash it. Helps release some of the juices from it. Gather it all up. Take your time. Nice little mince. Go one way. Okay, flip it around and just go the other way. And smash it with the edge of the blade. This helps release some of the oil so it stops sticking to your blade. We're just going to go back over that. Gather it all up again. Repeat the process. It's probably good for what we're trying. So we're just going to gather it all up again and throw that into the pan chowder. Let me wash all this garlic gunk off. So whenever you do something really like fragrant, like unused garlic, that's when you use the sanitary bleach water that we made earlier. So like on that blade. Set that aside on the board. Maybe I'll go get a cloth. Sanitary cloth is just the best thing to use, and I don't want to waste it. chowder here on top. I'm gonna saute a little bit. Steps two is I need to get some cream going for the potatoes for them later because I like it to steep for a long time. So I'm just going to hand peel this garlic over. What time is it right now? 8:52. I'm gonna go to the BRB screen just for a quick second, okay? Alrighty. Ellie just woke up, so I was saying hello. Okay, we have our other pan. We got our garlic. I'm just gonna grab a paring knife. And this is going to be a garlic grain for our mashed potatoes. I'm just going to slice the garlic. Okay, I'm gonna grab a bay leaf. You can't tell, bay leaf is kind of my go-to cleansing flavor enhancer. Love me some bay leaf. Not too much though. It can be really overpowering. Okay, so with this, half a stick of butter, because it'll make the potatoes good. And we'll be taking a lactate later. So kill me otherwise. Some half and half. No, I don't think too much. Can Sable be out or is she away for the stream? No, she could be out. She just wanted to be in there with you in the morning. She looks to eat and then go back, lay down with you. Okay, so we're gonna do a cup, about, give or take. You don't have to be exact. Okay, and then this is gonna go on low, the lowest of low, low cup. Yes, doggo. Hi, baby girl. She loves makeup. Always loves it. And check the potatoes real quick. Stirring through time. I'm going to show you the stages as we go through this. We have our veggies that are starting to get softer. We are sauteing this until the onions are transparent. So we're going to keep stirring this a little bit and then keep cooking it. Cooking stream and a stable appearance, the best stream heads down. I wouldn't put it past her if she tries to stand in front of the burners at some point. Okay, while that's all going, I think I need to get the bread started now, because we are at that stage now where everything's kind of started. So I do need to, what's that? Our dishwasher's kind of weird. What? I can see our box. Okay, so the dishwasher is the best place to prove your bread when you're in a home kitchen. In my opinion, that's what I stick on a tomato because it's the most moist and stable environment in like an open kitchen, especially when you deal with like environmental stuff. So the last time I fudged this up and I started, my stepmom taught me to start the cycle and then to like get it to the the heating cycle at the end and then turn it off. Last time I fucked up and she didn't stop and so my bread got flooded. So To not deal with that ever again, I'm going to boil some water. I'm going to put a pan on the bottom rack, or the top rack with some boiling water in it, and then I'm going to put the dough in the bottom half. So while that water is boiling, I'm going to get the dough going so we can get it to be on the first step of proofing. Let me wash this bowl real quick. I'll be used with potatoes because it's the biggest bowl I have that's good for this. I would recommend a metal bowl if you have one, but honestly, again, home kitchen. It's the benefits of being in a home kitchen. You don't have to take it too seriously. And at the end of the day, we're just making sustenance, so it's not that serious. It's just a bonus that the sustenance tastes better. And doesn't have hair in it. Let's be real. There's two things that require my food to be, if anything, delicious and hair free. Remove hair free for sanitary. Okay. So, have our bleach solution. Set aside to dry. Flour. Sugar. Our yeast. Some milk that we'll need to put in the microwave. And we need coke. So these eggs are from the fridge. We need to get them to room temp. The easiest and quickest way that I learned from one of my chefs to do that is warm water. So get hot water in a container like this. The tap water is fine. It doesn't need to be boiling. You don't want it to be boiling. Empty that. So I'm just going to get hot water. And then you're just going to pop this egg down there for like 2 to 3 minutes. And then it'll be room temperature in a little bit. So just set this up. Okay. Oh, this I can't remember the recipe. So 4 cups of flour, sugar, salt, milk, softened butter. Okay. I pulled this out last night, so it should be softened in now. Might need to be more soft. These packs are very low. So if you're making, there's 2 different types of yeast. Be sure you look at which kind of yeast the recipe calls for if you were making or following the recipe book. We are using instant yeast today. So that means that we can skip the blooming process. So if you're unfamiliar with the blooming process of yeast, if you've ever seen bakers put a little bit of yeast, sugar, water, milk with the yeast aside and let it like activate the yeast for a little while so that they make sure their bread's activated, this eliminates that process. Instant yeast is a smaller granule than normal yeast, and so it hyperactivates at a much quicker speed than your normal yeast. So that's the only difference. This is a smaller granule. Think of like sugar versus powdered sugar. This is like the powdered sugar yeast. Okay. I need 1 cup of milk that I need to warm up to at least like 100. So we're going to do 30-second intervals in the microwave. Oh. Okay. Maybe if I finish the food in time for the maintenance too, I can send him home this evening. In city noise. Skip it. Turn that off and let that rest in there. Which we're going to do the 3 cups of flour and milk. I should sit for this, but I'm not going to because I couldn't be bothered with feeding my sifter at the moment or a strainer because I don't know where mine is. And you should spoon your flour into your measuring cup, but yeah. Oh, okay. I'll save that for another video when I'm doing like a tutorial or something. Okay, so 3 to start. Set this aside because we'll be using more of it later. We're going to add the yeast. So 1 pack of yeast. Turn the heat off of the potatoes and let them rest in that hot water for a little bit. Because the chicken fish noodles at least it's rest. Not worth that sugar. Okay. I'm gonna turn the heat down on the sauteed veg because that's getting closer to sugar. Half cup of sugar. Honestly, I'm just gonna support not support therapies. So I just need to check the temperature. No, it's hanging me. Right, Megan's correct. You are correct. Good morning. How was your rest? So sugar, the salt, yeast, good, buttermilk egg. Yeah, we're good. I just need the salt. Tablespoon of salt. I need to grab the milk. That sounds good. We got just a wee bit more. Grabbing a thermometer. Nap was solid. Overslept a wee bit because I was comfy. That's understandable. So you're looking for a temperature of about 100. If it's over 110, like this is like 120-ish, so she's a little too hot. So we're gonna keep stirring. Keep stirring until she cools down. Well, we could take a little break even. We grab this. The next thing I'll need to do is start the roux for the chowder as well. So let me set this aside. Move the chowder here. Okay. So this is what a basic mirepoix looks like with some bacon. Another bay leaf or bacon and then a little bit of seasonings. Next up for the roux aspect. The butter's already in here, so we just need the flour. So for my roux, I like to do 1 and 1. So it's a half a cup of butter with about half a bacon grease. So we're gonna do about a cup of flour, half a spoon. Stir. You want all of the flour to be eaten up by the fat, so you don't want any dry patches. That's gonna look weird. You have to trust the process for this to show us. Okay. To add this back onto the pan on low. So the purpose of adding it back into the pan now is that we're cooking out some of the flour and making sure that all of the starch is released from the flour before we start to add the bulk of the dough. Still it's down to 120, so we're almost there. Let's look at our potatoes. Okay. So the potatoes are fully cooked. I need to drop them in some cold water. The starch is going to keep releasing as it cools down at a slow temperature. So in order for the starch to not become gummy, you need a shower. So you need to get a big bowl of nice cold water, and then we're just going to remove them from this water into that. You want to remove them from the water. You cook them in and wash them in because basically mashed potatoes is slowly the process of leaching all the starch out of the potato. And when you use Yukon Golds, it has the best flavor profile for mashed potatoes, in my opinion, but it is the starchiest. So you just have to keep that in mind when you're making potatoes with it. So I'm going to set this bowl on the side over here because we're going to go fishing. And this one's going to keep so you can see where the water's going. So that's going to drop them in here. Okay, we're gonna let these cool down for like 10-15 minutes and then we'll move them from all the water. Is that a bowl of water hot or cold? And can you like explain why they are getting that? Yeah, so this is cold water. And once the potatoes are done cooking, I'm dropping them from their hot water to their cold water. Doing so helps shock the starch inside of the potatoes. So when you try to make your mashed potatoes, they're not going to end up overly gummy. It's basically another way to help ensure that they stay nice and fluffy. So you don't want to pull the potato out and then it cools like on the counter from room temperature fully, from like hot to cold, because the starch is going to release, and so your potatoes can end up a lot more gummy than if you drop the temperature of them in water like this, because it's washing out the starch as it's trying to set. How do you make sure that you're not walking or causing water? This right here, because it's cold water, so they're cooling off right now, and then once they're down to like a playable texture, because it came from a boiling pot just a second ago, so I'm able to touch them now. So that's how fast they cooled in the cool water. You just want to make sure that you cool them off to the best with a couple things, like a couple washes of the water, and then once you drain this, then it's okay that they set out and dry out a little bit. Uh, because since we saturated them, we want them to dry out so we can get nice and fluffy, and when we add all the other stuff. So once it's cool, we can lay it out. Okay. And so now we'll set them out on a sheet tray to kind of let them dry out. And your goal is just to get them cooled off enough, essentially, too, that like you can move them, you can touch them. But if you taste the potato itself, like you'll see, if you do like the multiple boiling method, you'll see what I mean by like it tastes like a cooked potato with like not a lot of starch in it, which is kind of what you want for the mashed potatoes in general when we add everything back in. I don't know if you've ever had extra gummy potatoes, but it's kind of hard to explain. It's like Play-Doh. So, but this is also like a Yukon Gold specific thing. I don't normally do the extra washing or rinsing with like reds, or russets. I don't. Russets especially. Russets are pretty dry naturally. So we're going to set this aside to cool and dry out. Let's see where. Back to this. We're at 110 degrees exact. Look at this. Good. That's good. So milk's at 110 and under. So we'll have our A, which we dropped down to room temperature, is ready. So let me put on some gloves real quick. My hands are wet, so mix this together just a wee bit. And then we're going to create a well. A lot of times, most of your breads and muffins are going to be a two-step process, which is the well method for most quick breads. So you add all your dry ingredients and then all your wet ingredients together, and then make a well, and then add them together. And then alrighty. We're gonna crack the egg in the water, or the milk, my bad. And then we're gonna give this a stir real quick. Okay, add this to the funnel. Just going to scoop the flour on top of it over and over again. This stage of bread is just incorporation. So you're just trying to get into one piece. One roll. The only thing I forgot was the salt and butter, which I can still add. But it is a little bit easier when you add it in the beginning parts. So, add the salt and butter. So now we can add the one more cup of flour. Oops. Let me take off my gloves. So now we're just going to basically eat up any of the wet parts with this dough, with more of the flour. And this was the rest of the 4 cups from the original 3 that first. So just going to keep folding until all the flour is pretty much gone. We'll watch it slowly happen. And then once that's done, did they fix the water issue? No. They're supposed to be here soon. And it's kind of like, well, the water issue's fixed. I can't say they haven't. They did kind of do that. Right now, we're waiting for them to come because they patched the hole, like the drywall up, and now they're gonna come paint it because they patched it up last week, so. But hopefully after today, it's done. So. Give the bowl a little shake to get the flour out the edges. And sometimes if you are stuck at a stage where the ball isn't eating, rip it open and reveal some of the inside that could use some flour. And then just go back to kneading it. And then I'll put more of my weight into it as it starts to fold. And the goal is to eat up all the flour on the side of the bowls. It's kind of like that one thing where you're the ball and you eat everything. Katamari. Katamari. Except you're just eating flour. Okay. And then once all the flour is eaten, you're working it until it becomes slightly wet again. It's a push and fold type of, so like I'm using my palm, pushing down, ripping it forward, pulling the top part, and then folding it back down. So it's a push and fold. Okay, and you can kind of see it looks a little bit more wet, and that's what we're aiming at. So all the flour is gone. There's a little bit moisture added back into the dough. And what I like to do is, at this point, I'll take the outsides and I'll pull from the top down, like this. I'll do it a few times, and I'll just keep folding it down until it becomes a ball. And then this will be the first stage. You pop it in here. I like to use a little olive oil. I don't have any plastic wrap, unfortunately. Normally I would put plastic wrap directly on top of it, but a towel is going to have to suffice. So we're going to do a towel. First off, sorry, oil, flip it, roll it, then put it back. Okay. That keeps it from sticking to the sides too much, so I'm going to do the towel. And like we discussed earlier, because I don't have a proofer, I'm going to put a frying with some boiling water in it. I'm going to place this on my top rack with the dishwasher. And then I'm just going to close it. And then this bowl is going to go on the bottom shelf. That's our proofer. 30-ish minutes. Okay. I'm gonna wipe this area and wash off my hands. Okay, we're gonna bring the chowder back over here now. You should be left with something that smells and looks kind of like stuffing from Thanksgiving. If you notice the bottom has some sticking, that's a 10. Don't worry about that. So the next step and what we're gonna do, it's basically in a kitchen, it's called a veloute. It's essentially a white sauce. Um, so a white sauce without the cheese. So we're gonna slowly add some milk. And by slowly I mean like 1/4 cup at a time. And we're gonna mix this in until it's all mixed up, like broken up. Okay, so because I don't want to drop the temperature, uh, I guess what's now called the veloute, but the sauce too much, I'm gonna add it back on low heat to bring the temperature of the this up a little bit more. And then once it's up a little bit more, I'll add more of the milk. And then once all the milk's heated, I can start to slowly add the half and half, and then finish it out with the stock as well. But this process takes a little time because you have to make sure that all the flour gets cooked out at a slow enough temperature and the milk doesn't curdle. And it's just low heat stuff. It's just patience. Okay. I'll be right back, y'all. Okay, never mind. Cool. So this is our. Did I spill that? No, that was my imagination. This is our scrap stock, so it's still working. It just has all the scraps from all of their veggies. We'll add a chicken bouillon in here eventually, but I'm just trying to leach out all the extra flavor from any of the veggies that we did. This stock is crazy expensive right now, so this is an alternative. We're not eating any of the scraps in here. We're just leaching the flavor out. So once this is boiled, we'll throw away all the scrap and save the liquid. Okay, so bread is raising. Um, that's working. We can start on our meatloaf mixture here soon. I just need to mince more of the veggie with some garlic. And then we can also start by prepping some of the Brussels sprouts for later. Um, I am going to take like a quick, like 1 minute break because I have to go to the bathroom and then wash my hands. So I'll be right back and then we can continue on to cooking. Thanks for waiting. Cooking. I guess I should probably like a broadcast too while I'm. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Meatloaf? Yes. I should mince these. Yeah, I will. I do need garlic though too. Rinse off one of the garlic cloves I used. Grab the table after seeing and so deep the meatloaf. That rinses out liquid. I have to move this, so let me take a knife off for a split second. Whoops. Place this here. So the reason I have to do this in stages is because if I added all this milk at the same time, I would have to raise the temperature of the volume of liquid. Um, also, and what happens when the volume of the liquid becomes so much, the heat has a higher chance of burning from the bottom going up versus heating the liquid up a little bit and then tempering the other liquid in at a slower pace. So now the whole volume of product you're making ends up at the same temperature and raising up at the same temperature at the same time. So that's why we go in stages. So if you feel the side of the pan, if it's still slightly warm, you know you're good. You don't want the pan to be slightly chilled. That's when you know that you dropped the temperature too much. And then you have to slowly cook it. Pay attention to it versus being able to just let it sit there at a low temperature. Since I do spend side by side. We need things to cook without the worry of them burning, potentially. Let's grab that container here. Some filter water. Pick some better can here. I'm gonna put the garlic in there. Okay. And since this is the veg for the meatloaf, I want to make sure that it's minced or relieved, at least a little bit smaller. Because she's a little bit big right now from the chowder. It all kind of cooks down a little bit, like a lot of it, but I still like it to be fairly small for meatloaf. If you have like a food processor, like a chopper out, you could use that. Like a mincer. You need to hand cut this. I grew up with my mom who would do that before. I never made it taste worse or anything. Reminds me that I want a slap chop. What the heck is a slap chop? Oh, like chop, chop, chop. My mom also did that with a big ass butcher knife. No, I've never seen slap chop. Oh, okay. No, I don't think I've seen it. I just put the words together. Oh, it's a knife? Oh, that's funny. No, my mom just had a big butcher knife. I'll have to look after her. That's cool. Look at that. My mom sounds like my mom did that. My mom struggled with that kind of stuff because of arthritis. Alrighty. That's probably good enough. So, this veg isn't like the garlic. The garlic's going in raw. I like the garlic flavor. These vegetables have to be sauteed first and then cooled before they get added to the meatloaf. It's called marrying the flavors. Can you do this? It's quite a saute. So on top of this, we're going to do a little bit of herbs. So we have time. So dry herbs. Rule of thumb. Rule of thumb is that dry herbs go in the beginning of your cooking procedures and fresh herbs go in towards the end. When you use dry herbs, you want to be sure to rub them. I normally will put them in between my hands and rub them like this, but it helps release some of the flavor and the essence of the herb itself. Hearing that from the other room and watching it 2 seconds later was trippy. Yeah, I'm sure. That's funny. And then on top of that, you only want like a teaspoon at a time. It's a pretty strong herb when it's dried. I am gonna add like a tablespoon of oregano though. Oregano's pretty mild and has a lot of really good savory flavor. So, with that, we just need to grab some spog. The spog goes in the Okay, this needs some butter. When butter is cheaper than vegetable stock, you know that this economy is fucking weird. Okay. We're gonna add this to here. You can add it all, honestly, because the rest of it's just gonna be going with the breadcrumbs afterwards. It's all going in one spot. This is gonna go on the stove on a low heat. Basically, we're sauteing this until the onions, celery, and carrots are fully cooked through and transparent, but we don't want to cook it so hard that it sticks to the bottom. So we want the bottom to be completely clean. Okay, so since I am always on a budget and I'm always looking for the cheapest stuff, I had to get ground pork is fairly expensive too, but what wasn't expensive was the Italian sausage that was already cased, so it's decent. But it's not a hard process, so we do it together. Okay. Basically, I only got this ground beef pack a few days ago that was on sale. So there's three of them. So there's three commercials. And then I got sausages, poultry, and Italian seasoning. The only difference is its taste. If you're unfamiliar, sausage is just what it's typically like. The ground sausage is just this without a casing. This just has a casing. So we will empty the casings first, and then we will go to the ground beef. So how this works is casings have a twist tie, or it's just clear cut at the end. Start from the end and pinch, and then this is the ground pork. So ground pork, casing. So then you're going to basically pinch from here, and then down. And that will give you the ground pork. So the only reason I went with this is because the ground pork pack was so casing and then ground pork. Only reason I went with this is because when you get that's how I threaten Eric. It's a good way to threaten. um with the hand circumcisions. But ground pork, like a whole pound of it, would probably be about $6-7 where I'm at right now. And that's for what I'm comfortable with paying, that's a little too much for something that isn't a lot more. So with these sausages, this is going to be about close to a pound probably of sausage. And it was 280. So get comfortable with also being grossed out in the kitchen. Um, Honestly, there's a lot of things that look really, really gross, or weird, or uncomfortable, but it's all food. But so there we go. Now we have our ground pork here. And since it's been cased, it's a nice color because air hasn't touched it. So ground pork oftentimes discolors pretty quickly because of how much air is touching it. I'm gonna throw the beef in here. I can first. Get out of it. Check the ground, make sure. Okay, we're good. So we're just going to mix this all together until it's one type of meat, which is our meatloaf. And this is just the first step. Oh, our timer's going off, sorry. That's just for the bread. I was like, am I hearing a beep? And then I was like, what if my bread? Is that bread soon? And just turn around. Okay, so now that we have our meat mixture together, it's like Anna Wintour, but it's meat mixture. Great drag name. Okay. I don't have any Serrano, so I'm just going to use this Ziploc here. I think it's 6 gloves. The lapel mic I was gonna buy is $3 cheaper today. Score. It was fake. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the fridge. It's covered. You want to make sure it's covered so it doesn't get too much air to it, but it's combined. Okay, next step. We're still making a chowder. The rest of the milk. Stir. We're going to just move this stuff thing up. So throw it back on, again. And at this stage too, we're gonna add potatoes after. I'm gonna add our diced potatoes that we did this morning. Okay, so diced potatoes. That goes this fresh this morning. And then we're gonna add this back on low to heat this back up and get all that starch to thicken on. Add on this. I don't know this to help with it. I patted it. It was a bad decision. Stick. Stick. It's this one. We need to get our Brussels sprouts soaking. Just remember, it's this fresh. It's this. I like to try to keep my dishes continually. I like to wash them if I'm doing it like this, where I get like kind of overloaded with like too much, you know. Like the thing is good. We're doing Brussels sprouts, cold water in the pot. We have our clams, set those aside. We have our Brussels here. I'm just gonna pop them in the water. Now, When I wash Brussels, sorry, I wash everything. You should wash everything. Never eat a strip in the store. Wash everything. Yeah. Brussels are part of the cabbage variety, and I really don't trust cabbage varieties a lot just because of how much bugs are in them. So I always wash them with a little bit of vinegar and a good amount of salt. There's always little bugs in them. You will always find little treats that you just don't want. Like all that. So we give it a good mix. Make sure the salt actually is in the water and not just sitting on it. And this doesn't flavor the sprouts at all. Or the Brussels rave. Let me get it going for you. There you go. All for free. Okay. I think we're onto something. Instead of the bead soup, we could do Brussels soup and do it in an ASMR channel, huh? Okay. So, all mixed up, we're going to set this aside and let this rest a little. So if there is anything inside of the leaves here, they will come out. But we'll cut them, prepare them, and yeah, keep going. That's actually really good. We need to check our bread. So it did not raise as much, so we need to get it warmer here. Sorry, it's really cold here in the morning, so she's not the best trying to stay in the middle. I mean, the oven's kind of warm, and if I put this in a water bath, it won't melt. The oven's off, it goes. It's just residual heat. I just need it to be hotter, so I'm gonna leave that open for like 2 minutes to get it cooled off, so it can be like a nice room temperature. And then I'm gonna throw the bread in there for like 30 minutes because the yeast needs the like probably about like 68, like room temperature, like 68 to 71 ish to like really feel anything. And then anything like in the 80 to 90 bracket, it's like, oh, this is heavens. For the chowder, we're going to be using chopped clams. The only thing I recommend is making sure that you look up if the clams were cleaned properly before. This specific company I looked up, they do a twice clean process, so I know these clams are going to be squeaky clean. And I like that shit, so. Okay, so the oven is cooled off enough, so we're going to pop this in the oven. It's in a pan with a little bit of water. Has a towel on top. And the oven was on, so it's like 100 degrees in there. It's like, yeah, that's pretty light. I'm gonna leave it cracked though, so it doesn't get too hot. We're about the chowder style. We do have leftover balsamic reduction I made a while ago. I mean, honestly, it's so long ago, I guess it's both like aged balsamic now. yeah, it's just still pretty nice. I just need to change the container. It's and honestly, it's been a mess. Okay, so this is a balsamic reduction. This is just balsamic that has been reduced. It has aged for too long, so I have to reduce it a little bit. I mean, not reduce it. I have to loosen it a little bit. If you can see, it's a little too thick. Looks like the Vengeance symbiote. It honestly, a really good balsamic reduction will look kind of that black and that. Yeah, I could see that actually. My first experience with balsamic reduction was so awful. Um, I think I was like 10 or 11, and it was so burnt that it just tasted like tar. And I thought that's like what all balsamic reductions were for like so long. Turns out it was just made incorrectly. We can't really comment since I'm literally thinning out a redux, so. But yeah, all this is balsamic vinegar that's just been on low heat for a long time to reduce some of the moisture content in it. So to fix it, you just add moisture back in, so aka warm water. Give it a stir. The symbiote that you commented on though is a little hydrophobic, so it just takes a little zhuzhing and convincing to get it to combine fully. Just a hair more water. Some thicker globs right now that I'm trying to make sure get fully dispersed. So I just spent the last 30 minutes cleaning up the cat's water container. I'm 100% sure I heard it get knocked over again. It's so worse. We need to bungee cord that shit to the ceiling. I seem to love to knock over it. That's funny. Okay, so yeah, now we're down to the balsamic redux that I want. So basically, it's just like a thick syrup that coats stuff. It's really nice. It's luxurious. It looks beautiful on a plate. It's great for sauteing veggies, and it's great to like enhance flavors for like salads or other things like that. You should be a little move, but not too much. Huh? So tasty. You should taste sweet and like balsamic, like sweet balsamic. Squid ink, kind of, yeah. I'm gonna budgie the cord. That's funny. Okay, so our meatloaf veg is almost ready. Still sauteing. I'm gonna get the oven preheated to we're gonna do 375 to start for about 40 minutes and then 425 for about 20 minutes at the end. Oops. Let's remember that our bread's in. I don't want to kill it. We're gonna put it in the dishwasher. Much better. And then if that stays warm a little bit, then I'll pop it back in there too, and I'll just go back and forth. We're gonna check the chowder because it's been covered. Perfect. Still thickening up. Now with the potatoes, it should get a nice velvety, like satin shine to it. And that's how that satin shine in your chowder is how you know that it's not right currently. So you aim to try to keep that shimmer and shine inside of a large portion of like your roux-based foods and your cheese sauces, anything of that variety. Okay. Pop this back on. Turn the temperature down on the meatloaf veg. Put this back on the stove and put it. And so. Yeah. Damn, that looks good. It doesn't even have the clams in it yet. That's just the bacon and veggies. Okay, so this is the meatloaf veg. It's just the mirepoix with the oregano and the thyme. So in this, we did the half stick of butter too. We're gonna add our breadcrumbs. It's gonna be about a cup. And then we're going to give this a stir and set this aside to cool. The point of this is that you want the veggies to be fully cooked before they're incorporated with the meatloaf, but you also want the butter to be eaten by the breadcrumbs so that as it releases during the cooking procedures on the meatloaf, it keeps and retains moisture inside of it. Okay. So spread it out, let this cool down. Stand up. I'm gonna get a room, so I'm gonna leave this here for a little bit. salted mayo. The other beat about. Um, we're going to be putting corn. I strongly recommend getting flash frozen vegetables. If you keep flash frozen, means that the vegetable was taken at its most prime time to be picked. Frozen. So flash frozen is a specific freezing process where it drops the temperature of the said product down into like -5 in like seconds. So think liquid nitrogen. It preserves a lot of the nutrients and vitamins inside of the actual vegetables itself. So if the vegetable is too expensive, consider flash frozen or just frozen drinks. Cheaper, easier. Texture wise, obviously you don't get as much crunchy, but for things like chowders and soups, it's a good alternative if you don't want to cut. So I could have just gotten a lot of this pre-cut and done the same thing, and it will taste the same. So don't be thrown off if you think it's like too much prep work or too much cutting. There's always ways around without specific rules. So this is our garlic milk butter. So it just has the garlic in there, the bay leaf, and the butter. And it just kind of doesn't really like boil. It doesn't really need much else. The stock is something we can work on next, but I still need to do the Brussels sprouts and get them in here. So once the Brussels sprouts are in here and it still reduces them, then I'll remove the stock liquid, add a chicken bouillon cube, and that will be our chicken stock for everything. So we'll start by preparing our Brussels sprouts while the chowder heats up. We'll get the clams and the corn inside of the chowder. We'll be on the last stages of that. We can get the meatloaf fully combined after the chowder gets set. And Brussels sprouts, I'm just going to prepare now, like prep. We're going to be one of the last things we cook. So I don't know if you can see it, but this is kind of what I mean. Some of those little black specks are worms and gnats and other weird buggies. I love bugs, don't get me wrong. Love bugs. Hate them in my food, so that's why I do what I do. Okay, I'm gonna get fresh cold water in here, and then I'm gonna start cutting the carrots out. Mix up my blade. Okay, so when I do Brussels, I just like to cut off the ends and then cut them straight in half like that. Two reasons. They hold shape really nicely and they bake better and quicker like this, and they get more crunchy. But you can also see on the inside if there's any bugs or impurities there too. Yep. And we just throw those back into the cold water. This scrap is going to go into our stocks. Again, I just bought bulk Brussels sprouts, so I just picked out these by hand. I think it was like $3. This smells like one of my old kitchens. It's very nostalgic. The smells are torture when cooking makes me hungry. That's funny. Sometimes they get to me. Sometimes I don't like them. There's certain smells that I don't like at all. So it puts me off of eating it, but sometimes I get allured by it. A lot of times when I bake things, like baking like cupcakes or muffins or loaves, like that gets to me. Not gonna lie, that gets to me. I do have a bunch of bananas, and if I have time, maybe I'll make a banana loaf because way too many fucking bananas in there. I just don't know if I have all the baking ingredients for it. I learned how to bake way before I started having cooking at an old job. Mine had to bake desserts every night. That's good though. Baking's much harder than cooking. Much, much harder. But I guess that tells me more about you and your brain than anything else. That means you love numbers, huh? You like procedure. You like routine. You love a recipe. I'd assume you probably don't like surprises either. But maybe I'm wrong. Did you enjoy baking? Question. Just cut this in. That kind of stuff. Now, I rarely use a recipe, but I also haven't baked in years. Did you enjoy baking when you did it? Because I am so creativity based, I struggled with baking because of that. Because baking is about 90% discipline. I did not like it when I first started. Yeah, I still remember my first baking gig, pantry chef gig. I was good at it, but I liked it. But I have like a little more freedom now. I doubt I'd enjoy baking now. I could see that. Yeah, my first experience with bakers. So a wonderful trainer named Mikey, who was a little obsessive. He asked me, I was 15 at the time, for a third a cup of sugar. I said, sure. I grabbed a third cup of sugar. He looked at it. He went, that's a cup. That's a third cup of sugar. And I said, okay, gotcha. So a lot of my experience in training with baking has been very discipline, discipline, discipline. Get this over here, stirring it. I would have walked out. You were much more patient than I. I was 15 and getting unpaid. I needed the experience. So I actually spent 2 years doing an externship that I made no money on. And it took my parents to yelling at me that I needed to start getting paid in order for me to consider it a job. So I had to move on. I stepped away from the 4-star restaurant and doing free labor to working at Dairy Queen. Which honestly, in retrospect, is probably for the better. Let's be real. You were pretty young. I thought you started. No, I started in the kitchen when I was 15. I was scouted by the time I was like 14 by other people in culinary arts. My first person that ever helped or trained me actually was another gentleman named Nick. At that time, he was a sophomore and I was a freshman. And so he took me under his wing to help train me. So I would spend my after school hours walking over to his house to practice cutting potatoes. So I was pretty racehorse focused on what I wanted with my career and my life at that time. Okay, so we have a nice texture here. So we're going to add some more half and half and all the other goodies, which is going to drop the temperature. So now, a lot of recipes are going to tell you to strain the clam juice out and to do it later or thicken it separate. And fuck that. I add it all in at the same time. So there's some people that will also have issues with the way I just showed you how to do a roux. It's not a traditional roux. I know it's not. The way I do it is just a way that I've been doing it for years, and it works well for me. So it doesn't alter the flavor any, in my opinion. So how I've made cheese sauces for years, and no one's had any issues with my mac and cheese. So get that little bit of clam goodiness in there. Mac and cheese sounds so good right now. I do love good mac. Maybe I'll make that on my next stream. I can't. I'm lactose, but I still do eat dairy with my lactates. I still, I still hurt sometimes, but it's so good. Yeah. Alrighty. So now that we have added the clams, it is officially clam chowder. So now we are just waiting for all the flavors to mix. To finish it with a little bit of herbs and a little bit more heavy cream. And yeah, we're almost there. I like to make sure the bottom is scraped pretty well before I set it back up there. It's where all the thickness is, the thickness. So if you don't scrape the bottom, mix it into the whole thing. It doesn't go thick. Give it a taste real quick. Mm. It's very undersalted, but that's kind of what you want at the steak anyways. We haven't like seasoned it to taste at all, so I'd say we're doing pretty good on the salt department. So now I'm just gonna drop it on low and keep cooking it. Okay. We're gonna pull this bad boy back over here. Look at this. And we're gonna make our meatloaf mixture. Look, meatloaf mixture. Alrighty, we are not that special. So we're gonna use about a cup of ketchup. Gonna do a dash of Worcestershire. Sorry, I just like to be extra with the name. And then we're gonna need more spawn for this specific one. And 2 eggs. We're gonna mix this up. It's weird because I feel like no matter how you say it without the accent, it's wrong. So, like, Worcestershire. And then there's other people who say Worcestershire, and then Worcestershire. And then, yeah, I feel like I pronounce every word or every letter when I say Worcestershire. But, you know, tis one of those things. We're gonna take our meat log and add it. Mmm, yummy. I can't lie. This is probably one of my favorite things to do in a kitchen is mixing product with my hands. Oh, I'm such a tactile person that I love the feeling of mixing stuff. Okay. Oh my god, I could not exist without my gloves. My parents laugh at me because when I eat fried chicken, all without gloves. I'm not afraid. It's not that I don't like getting my hands dirty, because I will. It's just an ick feeling. It's like an icky. And because it's an icky feeling, gloves get rid of that resistance for me. Like, I'll still do it. I'll just look like grossed out while I'm making your food. That's all. I'll like have a stink face on my face. I'll be like, and it just doesn't look great. I think it's like the aspect of it getting under my nails. Ugh, hate that feeling. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll use like scalding hot water to take off that grease layer because I can't. I hate the feeling like something is for on my hand. For me, it's a big smell thing. Like I can't smell the thing that it was on before. So like garlic and onion sometimes can be hard for me. Like I'm so sensitive. I remember I went to one of these bars with Ellie in Texas and we got chips and salsa of all things, chips and salsa, right? The salsa tasted like Dawn dish soap. And I know for a fact it's because some motherfucker brought this salsa from home, didn't rinse out their dish, like their Tupperware, after washing it with soapy water. Like, and now I'm eating dish soap. I hate that feeling. It literally turns off my entire appetite. Like, you could have just sniffed it. You could have just sniffed it. It would have been so obvious. Okay. So now that we have our meat law, we're going to put this back into our container to let it set. It's best if the meat log kind of gets to room temperature right up before you want to bake it, if I'm being honest. The flavors kind of mesh together when it kind of sits at that room temperature area for a little. Obviously, don't want it to sit at room temperature for like 2 hours or 3 hours or anything like that. Like, you want to get down to room temperature before you loaf it and bake it. It's helpful. And that's our meatloaf mix. Wash this pan. Just so some meat wad. We're running the cups. All right. We have another bowl. I think I'm going to make the mash. It's a good to clean up. Now we're getting started. Okay. So, stainless steel pot, I'm gonna mix the potatoes in here and then cover it, set it aside. The reason I like to do this is because I like to bake my potatoes to reheat them instead of like mixing them. I think it adds a really nice fluffy texture to them. So yeah, the only thing I recommend is not to do hot with cold or cold with cold, or like not hot with cold. So like my potatoes are cold, but my liquid is hot. So I need to cool my liquid off before I add it with the tubes. This one. This photo. Okay, so there's our garlic and our bay leaves in the bottom of this one. So we don't want that. Side. We're gonna have some half of them. So we're gonna add some half and half to this to help cool it down. Someone's at the restaurant eating from me. Okay, so we got that all good. Yeah, the potatoes that we left out, they're still dry, so I might actually flip them and peel off on some of the potatoes. If you notice your potatoes are still like extra wet, give it some time. You want them to be kind of dry. So, here. Set this aside to cool. Okay. We need to add more half and half to this. And then the chicken stock will be at the end. So, a good chowder will always typically up towards the end also be finished with two ingredients, and it's Worcestershire and Tabasco. If you have lemon juice does really good in there too. This takes me back. Now my mouth is starting to water because this used to be part of my prep work every morning when I worked on. Remember the Space Needle? Chowder. Okay. The Tabasco did it for me. Tabasco is like one of the That's good. Need some salt. Okay. God love. And the veggie stock will add that last layer of flavor that I want in there. The chicken veggie, whatever you call it. Let me drain our Brussels sprouts. And then clean our meatloaf organic fat ready to go. Thought my music was playing and then it came on. Oh my god. Yeah, feel free to request. Okay, so if I do cooking streams in the future, that's rarely off. This could probably only be a once a week thing for a while, unless it ever got traction. Just because it does, it costs a good amount of money to do it like every day, but once a week is manageable. So moving forward, I will try to do this at least once a week. because it's best for me to do this too, to stay in practice for kitchen stuff. Honestly, this knowledge is just going to leave me if I don't continually remind myself of it. Just so if you all feel will want a specific thing or want to learn about something or just want to see certain foods for me, it's for you. So I mean, yeah, I'll add it into your vision. And I'm not even opposed to eventually one day doing like a secret package thing that y'all put together on Discord and I open it, go shopping for that stuff. So yeah, of course, any mac and cheese. Normally I would do like my Thanksgiving stream where I stream the big Thanksgiving feast I was making, but I've made mac and cheese before that. Are you like a mac lover? So you like all different variations of mac, or are you like just the classic mac? Okay. Yeah, in the bakery, we would make a lot of different pies, regular, or obviously pies, but mac versions. So my favorite was a Mediterranean mac. It had like brown sausage and feta and spinach. There was sriracha mac. Our main was mac and peas. There was a chorizo mac that I really loved. Uh, yeah, I love mac and cheese. I'm being honest. I love mac and cheese too much because it, like in a basic way, the most adventurous I get is adding chicken on top. That's crazy, Eden. Not the chicken mac. No, but there's some really good like Alfredo chicken macs, like make it a white sauce mac and cheese. Oh, it's so good. Actually, recently learned people eat mac and cheese at Thanksgiving. I've never seen that before. Yeah, baked mac and cheese has always been at my Thanksgiving. Mostly my American side, if I'm being honest. My Thanksgiving for my Filipino side definitely looked a lot different. So yeah, Thanksgiving staples always look so different for everyone. It's so fun. Like for one of our staples on the American side is a green lime jello salad. And then for like another one on my grandma's side, it's called frog eye salad, but it's just an ambrosia salad. So I grew up with a lot of kooky stuff. I'm mad my mother never did that growing up. White ass Thanksgiving. Honestly, it's the best. I always throw my friends the white ass Thanksgiving because it's like the white ass Thanksgiving I always love to attend to. So like I'd always get jealous because some of my homegirls from the South, they would be like, yeah, we're doing our good Southern Thanksgiving. And they'll be like, we got like the beer can turkey, we got prime rib, we got one turkey smoking, and in my mouth is like, what? You have more than one turkey? Like I'm like, my family's always done prime rib on Christmas, turkey on Thanksgiving, like no mixing. Really? Towards the end of the stream, though, I might ask Ellie to go get some booze as a reward, because that sounds fun. We should do pizza, steak, lasagna, or ham. I do love some good lasagnas. Lasagna is really nice. They freeze really well. Like, you can prepare lasagnas way in the future, and they're still so good. Um, what do you mean by ham, Eden? Oh, ham. You would do pizza. My bad. I misread that. That's still nice though. My dad sometimes would do like the pizza thing. Lasagna is your favorite. Do you like white lasagnas? I love white lasagnas. Like Alfredo sauce, chicken, spinach, red bell peppers. Um, Pizza steak, not pizza. What's pizza steak? Pizza steak sounds like a you thing. Sounds like a yeah. That sounds like a you thing, like a what's it called? A family thing for y'all. Is it like a steak with pizza toppings on it? That sounds kind of good, actually. So this is going to go here. I'm gonna set this aside. Chicken and bread. Okay. So this is much better. So we've been waiting for it to grow twice the size. So that's essentially what we want. We're gonna punch it down, and then we're gonna let it raise just a little bit more, and then we'll get it in a container to raise for its last amount of time. I'm gonna do that thing again where I take the top, fluff it to the bottom. All of this is making my inner fatty come out. I can't stop thinking about food. I'll have to make some, huh? Yeah, making food for me is it's a very healing process. Um, I I make food angry sometimes, but honestly, the food honestly makes me not angry because it's like, oh, I don't want my food to be angry, so like, gotta cover this up. Put this here. You do a pan of like all your favorite pizza stuff, sausage, beef, pepperoni, onion. Oh, it's like a casserole. Fry it up, add red sauce, make a thick heckin' meat sauce with it, pan fry some cube steak, and then sheep steak, and then layers of steak and then meat sauce together, and then bake, serve it with mashed potatoes and beans. That sounds so good. Yeah, I've never had that before even. I think the closest thing I have to that in my family is my stepmom calls it enchinoodle. But similar to the layered that you're talking about, but it's like the enchilada fillings. Um, I've never had a pizza one. That sounds so good. I might have to make that sometime. I love a good casserole. Right, that sounds so fun. I know. Only Ellie is the one the everyone that gets it. Sometimes I'll invite friends over at the end of these streams to eat some food. I'll just text them like, I have too much food, come over. But I did a pretty good job of portion control. So meat casserole, I love it. I'm a casserole fucking fanatic. I love the casserole. Honestly, some of my favorite casseroles, my mom could never get it right, but that's because she just never had the right recipe. But those crispy onion casseroles with like the potato chips on top that came from like your friends' families' houses, I fucked with that so hard. It was so good. I never knew really what they were though. Yeah, right. Please give us a review. When you're, yeah, normally I have Ellie come out here and taste it. That's funny. But yeah, so bread proofing, stock working. We could probably drain the stock, if I'm being honest. Let me just use which one. I was gonna do the meatloaf and get that ready, but the bread's still proofing. And I need to find a pan for the bread. I think I'm just gonna use this one. Get it all prepared. No, 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 we can't. It won't touch anything, I promise. That's not my parchment. So sad. My scissors go. This is. If I were scissors. Ah, The one thing I probably won't do regularly on stream, if I'm being honest, is bake. And I will get into that in a second. I know why I won't regularly do baking, but sometimes will. Yeah, I got just spent 3 mil. Oh no, all right. Uh, the type of oven I have doesn't bake consistently, so sometimes baking can be a crapshoot with ovens like these. Oh. And nothing will make my brain upset more than wasting things. And then our bread will go in here. Let's go ahead and make that stock real quick. The hardest part of my terraforming journey is nearly over. Finally leveled the hill. Yay! Good job. I'll need help terraforming at the guild hall, but I'll do that later. Keep falling in the hole they made. Oh, that's our breeding tunnel. That's funny. So the best part about cooking the food product is that for aggressive stage, trash compactor and take it like a champ. Yeah. You would have made. We got chicken bouillon. Was it cheaper? This is $1.99, not $5. And this vegetable stock was free, so now we have $5 stock for the price of, I don't know, 20 cents when you calculate how much bouillon you usually get out of it. Okay. I just need to mix the bouillon cube itself into it. I need another chicken. Just smelling it doesn't seem. That's enough. All right. Spoke too soon. Okay, some of this is going into the chowder. From the other half, yes. Probably potato time. So I got potatoes in. You've got the liquid here. I just like to try to smush it up lightly before I add. Not trying to smash it, just like trying to break it up into smaller chunks. I like my mash to be like a little chunky, but not like, how do I say? Not chunky because it's undercooked. I like chunks of cooked potato in mashed potatoes, but not too big of chunks. I just grew up with a lot of palm frites, which in the kitchen is the fancy word for like satin smooth mashed potatoes. It's not as good. I don't know. I like the bite. Personally. Because in the restaurant we'd a lot of times have to do like the ricer and make it super like fucking like it tastes like pudding. That's the best way to do it, mashed potatoes. And you like it like a little chunky, or do you like it the satin smooth? The satin smooth definitely feels more fancy. The bite, there's just no bite. A little chunky. I guess it depends on the rest of the meal. If I'm doing steak, I'm down to something smooth. Right, yeah. The pommes frites with steak definitely makes more sense too. I just like the potato fan. I love potatoes. I do like, I like mashed potatoes with skin. I agree. I had to stop doing so much of it for parties though because a lot of people didn't like it as much. I don't mind it. I like doing oven roasted potatoes. If I do the skin on the mashed potatoes when it's super dry. I love that. That's fun. Yeah, this is the culinary way I was taught to do potatoes. But the oven dry roasting is probably how a lot of my family would do it, preferably. Okay, we're just gonna lightly mix all this together. Here we go. I'm trying to keep in mind that I don't want all the starch to rise up once. You found another hole. And this is a very trust the process type of situation because it's gonna look hella runny when you do it. You just need the potato to heat it up. Just give it some time. And the baking also helps. And then at this stage is when I'll bring out like the whisk and get it whipped. And bring out some of that starch. One thing about is you know my food. It's crazy. Oh, you. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh on the PlayStation. This. Okay, I'm gonna let this sit for a little while, and then I still bake it as well. I just need to taste the salt. I have that so this probably doesn't chance. Knowing M&M were two constants in the household growing up, I love that. Um, yeah, similar. My dad had different tastes, but my brother also had their own taste, so. Okay, let this cool down a little bit. Mash it up a little bit more, get it in a pan to bake. Probably just bake it. But it needs to settle for a little bit so that I can thicken up. Okay, let's check the bread. Oh, that smells fantastic. Yeah, we could do the last roof and I think. Salty water, beach water on it. Sure it's not dry. Okay. I'm gonna go to the BRB screen for like 1 minute really quick, and then I'm gonna chop this up, get it portioned, get it put in the pan, and then we'll proof the rolls for the last bit. Starting in the oven, and put it in the dishwasher to finish out the proofing. Then we'll shape the meatloaf, get the oven preheated, get that working, and yeah, we're getting pretty close. Probably like another hour and a half, and then we'll probably be Gucci. But yeah, I think so. So yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, I proofed the bread in the dishwasher. It's like a stagnant area that doesn't have like a big drastic temperature change. And so like if you run your dishwasher, just ran it before and it has that like nice moist hot temperature, it's perfect for proofing. So we keep it in there. So put this here for now, and then I will be right back. morning, Tiger. It's good to see ya. How have you been? Thanks for waiting, everyone. Okay, I am going to sit down for this next process because we are portioning our vegetables. Cooking, yeah. We are cooking. Yeah. So we're gonna cut this in half. Cut it in half again. Okay, and then cut those also. Half. And then cut those in half again. Sorry, I don't have a scale. This is the easiest way. I know how to portion control things like this, but it spreads. That's just what I do. Okay. And then we're just going to forbidden scone, right? So basically we're going to cup it 2 cups and roll. And then to finish them off, you're going to do that same thing that I was doing earlier with the bigger version. Peel off the outside and push it all into the bottom. Put it between your fingers and squeeze. And you should get a little tail like that with a perfect round top. We're going to pop that guy in the spoon so he gets like that. These food distributors, these are very well. Such the sitting tabs. Stand still. So much easier. Try to make Peter chair would be different. You want the roll to be pretty moist before you start the rolling process, so when you see me squish it, I'm just getting all the dry parts of the dough to be moist again. Snom? Snom, right? The fresh snow Pokemon? S-N-O-M. Snom. No? Not Snom. Damn. Who's the evolved form of Snom? Snope is a good guess. Glaceon. Stupid. Yes. Yes, I am. I'm sitting in my restaurant if you cared. I've been watching people buy food while I make food. No, I'm letting all my farms go while I sit here idle since I can't play. So my auto farmer is Arik. What are you doing here? Yeah, so all my farms can go while I'm here. Or he's sitting at my chair with me. Guys, I have to change over there. We're sitting on each other. It's funny. Yeah. Two-seater and it only wants me inside you, shake my head. This sounds like that old joke about the bar stool being upside down, no? Minecraft, what you trying to say? Alright. Yeah, it actually keeps me from watching a second screen because normally I'd be like watching a show while doing this. But then I get really bad at small talk. Whoever is selling those templates and switch my rear end, I paid nearly double for mine yesterday. Yeah, creative, if you need templates, hit us up. Hit us up. Yeah. Yeah, people get crazy with those prices. Yeah, well, that's at least on the lower end. For some reason, people were selling them for like 20K last week. Yeah, I got you. 8,500. Yeah, I stock up on all that. Mm-hmm. Definitely hit up. I made that guild hall for us, so that doesn't happen to us as commonly. Because the pricing market for a large portion of resources and shit like that, it goes left to right, and sometimes we can get screwed over. I know I have a couple of times. That's why I don't sell gold and why I keep gold within our guild. Because I know people are just trying to buy out the gold to sell for their own shop, and it's the one resource they have to farm, so I keep it in our shit. Speaking of which, if someone wanted to empty out the gold farm, that'd be cool. I was idle there last night, so she's pretty full. 100% let the guild help you. If it's early day, I'm awake more, but after that, yeah. Eden in the morning, Arc at night. Okay, last four. I was just properly spacing them in the paint. So right now, this is what they look like. What the fuck is a mud skip? Now that I think about it, honestly, if Mudkip is supposed to be based off of a mud skipper, a Clodsire looks way more like a mud skipper. I don't want to imagine Mudkip as a mud skipper. It's gross. Mud skippers are pretty horrifying looking, I'm not gonna lie. It was late and I wanted to get them knocked out. I also wondered what the fuck a mud skip was. Yeah, if you all are needing stuff like that, let me know too, and I can keep that in the guild chest, like the iron. So I keep a hold of a lot of the templates in my main chest, so. And I know Ark and Eden also have a large portion of them. Eventually, they'll be in our shops, though. We can definitely keep more stuff local once the guild hall's up. 100% Eden. Yeah. So basically, also for Tiger, Eden, and Auric, there's going to be two main bigger suites in the guild hall. Those bigger suites are for you and Auric and Tiger. Mostly because Tiger does have like a whole ass family on the server. So I'm like, yeah, it makes sense the Tiger's room's a little bit bigger. So your all's room's gonna be in the very front. And then all the side rooms that are the small 10 by 10s are going to be everyone else's room, including mine. The middle's going to be a main storage room where everyone will have claimership over, but the independent rooms will be all yours, so no one can touch it. Between all of the enchantments I got from you and the stuff you didn't mark left, I was pretty set up already. I enchanted like 3 things for all of my gear. Nice. Good. That's what we like to hear. And the thing is I don't want to make it seem like we're trying to hold your hand or like a new player's hand when we want to help them. It's just some of the stuff that we noticed was a little bit harder to get. Especially my main thing is I noticed a lot of people who join Cobblemon aren't really Minecraft players. And so like a lot of the like non-Minecraft players kind of struggle with like the basic necessities that they need just to play Cobblemon. So I try to help with that mostly because I'm more knowledgeable in Minecraft than Cobblemon for me personally. So okay. So with that, that is all of our roles. So we're going to cover these up and get them proofed again. I didn't want to take advantage of the help. Honestly, at this point, I think I have all the early stuff taken care of now. Yeah, of course. It's not taking advantage. I mean, that's what the help's there for. Okay. We'll set these in here for about 20 30 minutes and then pop them in the dishwasher. I wish I could get this through. Yeah, I'm just going to run the dishwasher real quick to get it to that one cycle where it's nice and warm. And then I'm going to put that in there. And I won't close it so it can't turn on by mistake again like it did for the past. So let's get the, wipe this area first and then I'll get the meatloaf. So, damn, someone listed a Galaxy of Sparkle for $1. That's crazy work. There will be more. I almost tried to buy it, but I knew I had no chance right now. People are quick with it. I'm not gonna lie, people are so fucking quick with it. Sometimes because trivia repeats itself, they already know the answer. I know sometimes from my case, that's what it is. They just have a good memory. I do assume some of them, they'll like have one answer on copy paste. And I swear to God that when that one question comes up, they'll just copy paste it. I swear. Like, I can't think of any other way that they get it in 0.5 seconds. I'm like, damn. Because the people that I see get it in that 0.5 second bracket are never like the same people for me at least. So. Oh no. 2 more gloves left. So sad, but oh well. To go to a raw dog at Atlas. They have to be ready for it somehow. I'm ready and it's already been answered. Do you want 100% Pikachu? I have 6 now. Yeah, fuck off, Tiger. But yeah, I'll take one. I get it, Tiger. I get it. They like you more. No, I'm glad that it went that well for you. Right now, you're talking about Ark. That's so funny. So I have a bunch of stainless steel pots and pans, so I'm going to use this to cook it in because why the hell not? Biggest thing with meatloafs that I can recommend is make sure you make it more narrow than you do wide to start. She'll fall. Gravity will take place. So. Don't smush her down too much. I'm being serious. He was watching Chatted by He's What He Can. I just watch chat. It's like window shopping for me. I just want it to shine. I'm kind of same type. Excuse me, girl. You too. All right. And then finishing touches. It's going to be in the kitchen. Sometimes I would mix like ketchup with a little bit of like habanero jam or whatever else. Since it's just for me at home and Ellie, I'm just going to do traditional. So it's going to be plain ketchup with a little bit of smog, which is the salt, pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, and we'll call it. You want the bulk of the ketchup to be on top. And so it gives it that nice like crust, that like glaze. It's like one of my favorite parts. So just be sure that you can't really see the meat off the top part. The sides are okay if it's lightly glazed. That kind of dissipates, but the top part's so important. It's the best part of it. So just don't forget it. And we just need to get small. You gonna set this aside. It's gonna go in the oven at 375 for like 40 minutes at first, but I'm gonna wait to preheat the oven. So the chowder's about done. So yeah, basically, you can see we have our potato. Obviously, things are going to be hard to see, but celery, carrots. It still has the shine that I was talking about, and it still has like that thickness. At this stage, you want it to be not the exact thickness that you want it, but a little bit looser. As it sets, it's going to like get thicker as it gets more to room temp and things like that. So you just kind of want to set it aside and like let it rest a little bit while you stir it, and it'll be good. So. Just need to check on the bread here soon. Um, I'm gonna go tell Ellie real quick that I kind of want alcohol soon because in order to do these dishes, I will need a little motivation. I need a little motivation towards the end. Are we making special butter for the bread? I didn't think of that this time around, but maybe in the future. I just kind of imagined because we have the chowder, I was just gonna be dipping it. Um, but I will make a compound butter for the next year. But you probably won't catch me drunk, but oh my god, a cooking stream. Yes, Devil. Welcome in, welcome in. This time around has a lot of flavors, so that's true. Hello, how are you? We're just letting our chowder cool right now. But yeah, compound butter I'll make in the next one because I really like making herb butters. What else is there to do right? Um, we're waiting for the rolls to proof, so I'm about to preheat the oven. We're gonna cook the loaf. I need to get the potatoes in there eventually too, and then just throwing the Brussels sprouts in at the end too. So honestly, it's like kind of like 40 minutes of idle time, which is going to be probably me like doing dishes and stuff like that, but I'll think about it. That's why, yeah, all the oven work, and it's like one little baby oven. One baby oven. but these Barbie rolls, if they've raised any yet. So yeah, they've gotten a little bit bigger. We're waiting for the dishwasher to get a little bit more baby oven to drain. Do you want to know what's funny? One of the first things I ever wanted for Christmas when I was like 9 years old. Well, I got two things technically. When I was younger, I wanted one of those easy bake ovens, but since I was a young boy, my dad, I think, tried to stray away from it for a while. So I got the insect maker, which I'm weird enough that I loved it just as much because I got to craft these cool little insects. It was plastic and you would bake it in this oven, so unhealthy. Exact perfect gift for a little child. So I was making all these like little plastic bugs that were really fun. And then quickly after that, I got an easy bake. And man, did I work that easy bake into the ground. Last year, all I asked for Christmas was a large stock pot. It's a big metal piece. Love it. Yeah. When my most recent Gmo just passed away, that's when I got a lot of the stainless steel, like the rondos, bain maries, and stock pots, and total game changer. I missed them. This is what we mostly would have in a kitchen. They're just so much nicer, so much nicer. So, come on. Let me see. So yeah, we're gonna go to the dairy room real quick. I'm gonna talk to Ellie, and then I will get everything else organized. I'm just waiting for this oven or this dishwasher underneath us to get to a heating point where it is nice and moist and hot, and this bread can raise appropriately. And then we'll get the meatloaf in. I might consider playing some Problem One or something to get around. I don't know if I can build because my screen is like 3 feet in front of me. So, but I could like probably do some raids, something to kill time while we wait for food. So yeah, I think that's probably the game plan. But BRB, like pretty good at it, sexy me, and I don't care. I love the smell of it. Sticks and stones may prick. Already. Whoops. Wrong screen, y'all. Okay. Um, so we're still waiting for all this to cool. Ellie's gonna run to the store real quick. I'm gonna turn off Sprint Player. Since we have leftover, I'm just gonna put the stock in the bottom of the milk tin. And so then at the end of everything, we can make a gravy out of it. And then we can just do it all in the pan together. I'm a big fan of like one pan cooking. Okay. Okay. Dishwasher's perfect. Nice and steamy. It's easy, right? Top rack. Sorry, I trust my dishwasher too because I keep it manically cool. A shiny card ink might happen. If you get a double from them, Creative, I recommend putting one into your living decks. Raise the temperature of this to reset. So go on the oven soon. And give this another stir. Putting from the words as you come over to it. Here's your nuts. I'm going to use my chopsticks. My hands real quick. Okay. Shoulder. Okay. I can set this aside now. And then that's ready to get baked. I just need to wipe the sides so it's easy to clean. So take a clean paper towel, put it on my finger, just doing this in the kitchen. We call this a rim job. So if you're ever curious what that means, that's what that means. Yeah, you'll I'm slowly learning that the kitchen is honestly a pretty non-PG. You Okay, so I'll set this aside for when the oven is cooked. And then we just need to get our Brussels sprouts ready and prepared as well. The cheat tray. I just watch my secret's full right now. So yeah, I also don't really use my dishwasher to clean dishes. I hand wash it. Maybe that's because I used to be a dishwasher. I use it to sanitize and dry. But smart makes the deep thing. The broken household with my mom where I live in but she didn't use it well. Just dry real quick, get some parchment paper on it. It's got Brussels and just need them of a tray. That's more. Now that I know they're extra, extra clean, I feel much better eating. Okay, so I like to try to turn all of my Brussels up personally, but that's just me. We're gonna get olive oil. If you're worried about it frying out too fast, just put your thumb over the hole. We're going to grab spawn. And give this a good mix. And it's helpful if you space them out a little equally. Make sure everyone gets a nice crispy edge. If things are touching too much, then they don't get crispy and they get kind of boiled. So, there's the Brussels. And now we are just waiting for the oven. So I need to do some dishes. So y'all can watch me do some dishes, I guess. Really? Oh, but it's upside down. Okay, never mind. I forgot. I'll put something there. Oh, I'll show you something amusing. Here's a photo of my father and I. It cracks me up because it I keep it on all my fridges because it makes me giggle. This is exactly how my father's and I's expressions are at all times, pretty much when we're around each other. It is just a very, very non-expression. But I always keep this on my fridge because it cracks me up. Okay, we do dishes. I'm gonna set this aside over here. I'm gonna cover it to make sure I don't splash it with anything. I should use a vegetable dish towel. Better choice. Right dishes. Check on the rolls too. I don't know how far it will be. You're like halfway though. Ellie just got home, so I'm gonna take the one minute and I will be right back. There's not much going on right now, anyway, so we're okay. Barely. Alrighty. Whoops. Keep doing autopilot on that. Elliot, you're looking for we're better now. Get this a little bit closer. Need like dancing music. I'm gonna be doing dishes. Sorry. It's a lot of different decisions. Yeah. Other than that, I figured it was just a dream. In my head, I look like an alien. Okay, I got you. I mean, I can sing to it, so we're good. But I have music from a similar era. I'm gonna put it probably on Gym Class Heroes Radio. That's a good era. It's around the bowling for soup and uh, all the other music that I can't remember right now. Right? Cupid's Chokehold was a pretty fun song when I was like in seventh grade. I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I put my hair up like this, it cracks me up. It reminds me of my one chef who is Japanese and would come up to me and he goes, I always think you're like super Japanese whenever you wear your hair up like that. I'm like, well, I mean, they're chopsticks. Same. I remember when it was getting played all over. Yeah, it really was. It was like the Gautier of that time, honestly. But honestly, Ed Sheeran was kind of like our Gautier for a whole decade. As much as I like the man, man, he was everywhere. I wish I could put chopsticks in my hair, maybe my beard. That would be dope. I would love to see that. Honestly, if I'm being real with you, creative, the only reason I'm growing out my hair now is because I know one day I probably won't be given the privilege of having long hair. And so I really want to chop all my hair off and save it so that in the future, if I'm ever feeling extra down, I can make myself a wig. And plus, human hair units cost like 6, 8 grand. So, I mean, yeah. But I'll probably could cut my hair eventually soon. I need to. It's too long. I grew my hair out before I went bald. It's fun. I don't miss the work it requires. And I feel that. Yeah, short hair maintenance is nice. But then you have to deal with the constant FOMO. So it's like pick or choose your poison. It's like FOMO for not having long hair or not having to retain long hair or upkeep it. At least that's how it works for me. I know when I have short hair, I'm like, I feel like I look good and I like it, but I also just really miss looking extra like this way with my long hair. But I don't feel like me having short hair or long hair makes me better looking or like in general. Um, but I've always been a firm advocate that like a handsome person is just a confident person. Like like genuinely, you could be the most confident person in the room, and like that's what's gonna bring the attraction to you. My mother and father started balding early. I followed their route, unfortunately, so I just took the extra step. I totally get that. Um, if it is something that like really genuinely makes you uncomfortable, there's definitely so many options. That are fairly relatively in the price range that consider in the future. But if it's nothing that bothers you, I totally get it. I try to take the route of unbothered for the things that are considered unconventionally pretty, quote unquote. But, you know, I believe humans are beautiful, but that's also just my me. Like physically beautiful. Sometimes I don't really like human nature a lot, but that's a different story. Mine was not as bad as there, though. I noticed my hairline getting thinner, and it was like, now let me get over with it. I don't want to be holding on to it in my 50s. Yeah, I totally get that. It's like definitely like it feels like you're holding on to something versus like owning it. So, yeah, I think honestly, too, where we're at, I don't feel like a large portion of, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like a large portion of youth feel like bald people are kind of beautiful, especially with like, like Cynthia Rubo and other women figures in like proper strong roles that are also bald. I think that sets the precedence for like what a large portion of just younger people in general look to as like what's attractive or beautiful. But like for instance, there was this thing around George Clooney's salt and pepper hair with all of my family when I was growing up. They all fucking loved it. It was super weird. I get hit it on way more now without hair than I did with hair. Weight probably helped as well. It's all about, yeah, exactly, creative. Like, honestly, shaving your head shows the most confidence, at least in my opinion, like the most amount of confidence, because it's like, yeah, this is nature, this is what it is, and this is how I rock it. But honestly, like, there's also the opposite of that, where like the people who just rock their long hair, even though they have a different pattern of hair level thickness than other people. And I also think I fuck with that too. So I really just like, I really wish everyone felt comfortable in their own skin. And I really don't like it when people make other people feel uncomfortable in their own skin. That's like, I feel like I like to think that's a normal human nature thing, but sometimes people don't feel that way. But we don't focus on them, so. It ain't that kind of stream. But I won't be lying. Once Trump's out of office, I will probably be out partying again. So, when I talk to men with long hair, they tell me how jealous they are that I'm bald. Yeah, the grass is always greener, right? I think they were just hitting on me creative. It's like, that's so funny. What can you explain? Like, did you ever ask why they're jealous? I'm curious about that sentiment of like someone with hair talking to someone without hair going, I'm jealous of not, is it the upkeep? Like jealous of just like not having to take care of it? But still looking so good? Is that like the thing? I don't know how I would take that if I was bald and someone was like, He was jealous about the upkeep and the price. Oh, it cost me jack shit for haircut. That's true. And let's be real, if you just want a normal cut, it costs like $100 practically. It's crazy. Yeah, you definitely have, Ellie. Yeah, haircut cuts are weird. Haircut talks are weird. They're like fun but weird. It feels the only thing I would consider worst is a talkative dentist. It's the last thing I want on my list, and it always fucking happens to me. I'm like, bitch, you're in my mouth. You're up in here. Can you not ask me about how my day was? Because all you're gonna get is Like what? I feel like they do it as a humiliation thing after a while. Like you know you're not gonna get an answer. Okay. I'm gonna check the rolls. I got most of the dishes rinsed off, so they're ready to get ready into the dishwasher. Okay, so they need to get a little bit bigger, but yes, they are almost there. Oven's preheated, so I'm gonna get the loaf in now. We joke about handsome squared, but his handsome. Low-key, you're not lying. Because, like, the chiseled features, people are like, oh, that's handsome. So. I do love this song, and then I'll change it, so. Monday to Sunday. The mobbing jaw. The mewing jaw. I don't know. I'd hate to be both bald and have no facial hair. Whoever needs to be honestly creative, what's weird is some people prefer the hairlessness thing. As someone who used to like date around with a lot of different types of people, those were always the most fascinating ones to me. So you're not wrong. Very hyper masculine, fit men that like need to be hairless. I was always like, why? I mean, I get it. Like, that's what you prefer. Why? But yeah, specifically, it was always super, super muscular. But it's kind of bodybuilding when you think about it, like how bodybuilder competitions are. Oh, my hair looks like crazy right now, but we're gonna rock with it. It looks like I have a bird nest on my head right now. Um, I can see that the other variables, and I have talls. Yeah, you are tall. I feel like a baby man. I have hair. I'm not trying to spend 3 hours shaving it all up. Feel like a baby man. That's funny. Maybe I'll set the rolls on top of the chowder that's like hot to help rest. That'll help. And then I can start filling up the dishwasher to get these out. Now you're saying that like Solid Snake from Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid 3. Well, that was confusing. What? Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid 2, Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid 3. In 3, he has a beard. Oh, okay. I never really followed Snake lore. He's just a super spy, isn't he? Aren't like him and Supercell similar? If you have a beard, you must be alive, man. Instant credit with me. So that means Ron Swanson's like your favorite person in the world. He's like perpetually trying to stop new platforms from becoming operational. Oh, okay. With a box, right? With a cardboard box. Stopping nukes with a cardboard box. Was the cardboard box like Swiper? The box is like, no, Swiper, no swiping. Okay. The box is the real noob. I'd fuck with that, that's funny. Plot twist. So yeah, basically I do all my dishes with like hot soapy water, and then I just rinse them off nice, and then I let the dishwasher do a normal cycle without the detergent. It's how I ensure when I wash my dishes with soap, they don't taste like soap. And it also keeps my dishwasher clean because I don't know if any of y'all grew up with roommates who don't know how to do shit, but they be putting just full on all the food debris in the dishwasher, and that shit gets moldy and nasty. It's not. Unless you have a nice dishwasher that allows that shit, that's different. So I'm not shaming any. But I'm talking about a shitty apartment from like 1890, hasn't been redone. The fucking dishwasher's from like 1980. And you know that shit doesn't clean. Damn, I don't care for Brussels sprouts, but those look kind of good. It's honestly half the time when I've made food, it's because they're washed. Wash any vegetable, and I swear to God, it'll look better. Shame of the dishwashers. But they were made like the newer, nice ones, yes. But if you grew up in the 90s, you know that's a lie. You delusional if you think otherwise, so. I'm fucking scared of him. Yeah, the newer ones actually do be working. I know that is true. So I totally understand like having a nicer dishwasher that like allows for you to put food debris in there, because the way the filter system's in the bottom allows for that debris to go through. But a lot of the crummy apartment systems, like their filter system is so thin that like any food debris gets filled there, and you're supposed to empty it out after every use, but we all know that like that's not a common thing. I've seen some dishwashers that were better paperweights than actual literally created. That's why I don't like trust my dishwasher. I know it'll get hot water that is near boiling and sanitary. So I trust it with that. I'm like, your one job is to get hot water. So if you can do that, you're good. I will do the hard work. Trash disposal will do the other rest of it. But yeah, best believe too, if I'm in the kitchen, it's a way different story because we have like a pressure sprayer. Oh man, pressure sprayers. But after every dish shift, I would end up completely soaked. Yeah, that's what I do creative too. I grew up with like different because my mom is full Pinay and my dad is from Ohio. My step, oh, excuse me, my stepmom was also born in excuse me, Washington State. So my dad being from Ohio and then my stepmom being from Washington, that was a different lifestyle than me being raised just by my mother, who was fully from the Philippines. So like my mom had like a distrust. Like my mom from the Philippines had like a distrust to like anything like electronic or too American for a while. So there's nothing on the dishes in my garage. Yeah, I'm the same way creative, but I think it's because I hate upkeeping dishwashers, and this is like the only way I know how to not deal with how dirty dishwashers get. Because again, like I've had roommates before that just didn't care, and sometimes when I'd go in to like clean that dishwasher, she was right, like too right. And as someone who used to clean grease traps as a living, and if you've ever touched a grease trap, you know what I'm saying. She was right. So, like, grease traps are the type of thing you clean so that you get into a manager role so you never have to clean them again. They're rancid and disgusting. Just the journey. I think my favorite part about streaming and cooking though is that I hold myself super responsible about washing and keeping the kitchen clean while streaming. To not have to have a giant mess. Because if I was to just do this for a nice dinner, I'd let this shit stay till tomorrow and not clean it and start a cycle. So I like streaming and cooking because it makes me take care of this too. My grandmother thought dishwashers were a giant waste of money. You could not convince that little Jewish lady. That's funny. My grandmother was not Jewish, but she was very similar. Her name was Henry, short for Henrietta. So if it's anyone that could probably understand the sentiment that your Jewish mother had, it was probably the little old lady named Henry. Also, news to anyone: if you ever buy a nice knife, don't put it in the dishwasher. Your everyday normal kitchen knives are fine. They're not going to have much of a problem. But if you have a nice knife and you're sharpening it and you want to keep it nice, don't put it in the dishwasher. Water is the strongest form of degradation that you could possibly have. So my grandma was very much hit the stereotype. I think anytime you get a grandma who lived anywhere like that for a period of time, they tend to teach you. Yeah, the Scrooges. We always called ourselves frugal. But yeah. My grandma was the one that would go to the dollar store and then pay exact change in pennies while taking 15 minutes to count it out of her purse. So let's just say the patience that I have in life isn't necessarily all from me. Um, there's a lot of moments I wish I didn't exist growing up with that woman, but I loved her. I'm like, Grandma, we've been in this dollar store for 40 minutes. She's like, Nick, I know. Hang on. I'm counting out the change. And I want to tip this nice young lady $1. Used to pay for things with change as well. To this day, I don't carry change. I don't mind the paying in change. I think what was extra, like, I wouldn't say I was humiliated. I think it's because of the way that my social anxieties work, like taking longer than the average person in a public space my little like brain goes I'm holding people up. And I think like the aspect of like, okay, so you owe us 738. And my grandma starts going 1, 2, 3 with her pennies. My brain goes, oh, we're gonna be here for like a while. And then I look behind us, and then everyone's staring at us, and then that's when my social anxiety goes. I've definitely gotten a better about it as an adult, like in public spaces, like in the grocery store, for instance. Like if she had the coin rolls, they would have kept true. That would have been quicker. In public spaces as an adult, I've gotten better, especially in the grocery store, when you feel like you're in someone's way, they're in your way too. It's a public space a lot of times. And so like if someone's taking extra long looking at something and stuff like that, it's not rude to reach in front of them to grab what you know you're grabbing. That's just the way I started viewing stuff a little bit better. But yeah, specifically with that in public spaces, I'm like, none of us own this space right now. So there's no reason for me personally to feel like I'm getting in someone's way as much as they're getting in my way, kind of a things. I just take my time and or grab what I need. So, but also going to the Philippines for a while when I was 18 let me know that that's like the normal. So I just make fun of myself, hop in the way, kills the animosity. Yeah, right. Like, and at the end of the day, like, if you're left still wondering what you need to buy, maybe take a step back too. Maybe that's just a personal opinion. Like, you don't necessarily need to be like an inch away from the product to decide whether you want to do it and take longer than, like a minute or two. Because I'll stand behind someone for a minute or two. I'm not bothered by that. 5 minutes, then I'm like, wait, what's going on? Hey. Well, that's all the dishes. So good job, us. The power of vodka and small char. Okay. I don't mind to wait either. If they're reading something, I'll hop in the way because it could be a while. Right. Yeah, my dad is one of those people where, like, I never really imagined him good at small talk, but honestly, he kind of prefers small talk and he does it a lot more. So I use him kind of as an example whenever I need to step into a small talk mode. I'm like, what would my father say? What would my father say? Because honestly, I'm so bad at it. You're so close. So close. I hate small talk. I'm bored with it. Yeah, like I don't mind like the processes of getting to know someone or having like new information to give someone comes really easy and that's interesting. But I guess I grew up in like a family where like my dad and my grandma would call like once a week. And it was like the same questions every single week. Like, oh, how are you? How was it? Like, how was your day been? What's new at work? What's new with this? Like, did you do anything fun at school? And that's really hard for me. I don't know why. Like, I feel like well, it was good. It's fine. Yeah. So we have everything lined up to go into the oven. I might jump over to do some Cobblemon while we're here, because honestly, this is going to be, I forgot timer. This can save another 40 minutes. Let's say another 40 minutes, but when that gets to the 40 minutes and up the temperature at only for rolls and also, but it's honestly a lot of like just chewing. That's like the hardest part about some cooking shoes is to chew. It just ends up being a lot of my uncle was on every day asking me it's really a child. It just not as it just like skin hurt. Yeah, it's hard. Creative or you did you happen to grow up in like a divorced family when you were younger? I'm a child of divorce. That's all. That's why I'm asking. Just because I always felt like it was a childhood divorce thing, so I was just curious about that in your experience. Not that you have to answer. Mom's side of the family never got along. Dad didn't come into the picture until I was 11. Okay, so like not necessarily, but like that kind of makes sense then. So it's been normal for you to have like two sets of like parents that don't really mingle. Like I've always had like six set of grandparents. Yeah, I kind of yeah, I was like not really divorced, but like yeah, yeah, I always felt like it's because like on the holidays, it felt like I was like a little pack mule that would be lined up, and it was like, okay, you're gonna get calls from this side of the family, and then that side of the family, and then this parent and that parent, and it was like a scheduled thing. I always thought it was because of that, but as I've gotten older, honestly, I just don't like talking on the phone. I don't know why. I don't like. I mean, as I've expressed to y'all, and you notice it, I'm not a big voice chat person. Um, I just like something about it. I don't know. I've never been a big fan of it. Same here. Yeah. I don't put too much thought into it, but I do, it's something I do notice. Like, I feel like you're talking. Yeah. Voice chat's always been kind of hard for me. I don't know why. There's definitely some spaces and places that, like, I'll get pretty used to it, but even like phone calls from my best friends, sometimes it's hard. Like if you're my truest best friend, we'll catch up a lot better in a text message or like 500 because that's what they turn into. But also probably because we're computer kids. So yeah. I'm going to probably go to the VRR screen just for the second. And then I will probably jump over to I'll switch on screens a little bit. Jump over to some Pokemon for a little bit. Just while we wait for some food to cook because Meatloaf has about 40 minutes before anything else goes in the oven, so shit's got a while. So we can figure out something to do on Pokemon. I'm not sure what. I don't think I can build sitting in the kitchen, but I can. I might be able to do some terraforming to figure it out. I did some terraforming for the guild hall, and I got the general idea. So essentially, this will be the front. So we have the main entrance hall, and then off of each corridor there's going to be a main hallway that has a 10 by 10 and a 10 by 10. So technically there's 4, 8, 12, and then 14 with the 2 rooms at the front members, space for members and so on. I can add more to the extension of the halls if we need to, so that's kind of what I'm doing. And these are going to be underground, under the main build. So how much is left for the castle to integrate? It's mostly filling in a little bit. I'd say maybe like an hour or two's left of terraforming. Because the parts of the castle that are overhanging the water, we have to fill in all the gaps underneath it. But I'll throw you some sponges, because honestly, with the sponges, it's not too bad. Oh my gosh, Robert! This is an in real life friend. Hi! Thanks for the follow. It's good to see you. But yeah. So a lot of the under parts of the build I can show you that. But so uh what's it called? The Starfleet Captain Bob is one of Ellie and I's childhood friends. So we had a group of like 4 or 5, and they were one of them. So it's so nice to see you. How are you? It's been a minute. We are just actually kind of pausing it with that. Aw, thank you for the sub. We appreciate it. You're the best. But yeah, I was gonna appear the screen and then I can show you a little bit of the compliment stuff they're doing because we have about 40 minutes of title time from this cooking. So I was gonna hop over to compliment, but step outside for a sec. All right, creative. I'll see you soon. But tell me what to do. Tell me how you've been. You make it long because I'll be right back. Alrighty. So, as I said, cheer up. Ugh. Fix me here too. We're probably going to jump over to some column. Unfortunately, I have to send a sad message. Alex and I have lost her remaining pets for the past few months. Finally had to put Lucy down in February when she was 16. Oh, alright, Lucy. I lost her last guinea pig in March. We had to put her cat lines down Friday and finding interviews in the stitch to put a kidney bill. I'm so sorry, Robert. I'm so sad. I hope you and Alex are doing okay. I'm glad that none of them are like in pain anymore because I know Lucy was getting older. But man, that's rough. I know they had fantastic lives. It's so sad. Just that's like a nightmare. Yeah, and that's a different kind of her. Definitely. Yeah. Well, so I'm hoping Alex is doing okay. Um, oh man, well, to do something to do for me at the going call it battle. I met all of them. So, never like who's was a super who's reminds me of one of my okay. Let's step over to call that. Sure. Yes, they do. Oh yes, they do. Let me go grab my book. So this was my last book that I filled it up. I live within notes, essentially. So anything I need to set that, they kind of just exist in this book. I have a lot of thought processes that happen at the same time, and I need to like dump. This is kind of how I dump them in. So I can show you some of the ending stuff in a second. Thanks. Just kind of in shots to miles plus some. Yeah, it's definitely stunning because I don't even think about that. finally to happily put on your stream and texting to that again. Yes, me too. I know. I left Colorado so abruptly. I always feel bad about that, but I was at like a really low point, so. But I'm glad that we can all connect. We need up, because I know we all definitely could use it. So I know we did meet up in Orcus too, but I felt like that was kind of like a weird time too. I got graph paper and a few books filled with stuff like that. Yeah, essentially that's it. That's essentially what it is. Like this was where the restaurant is and how the farmers are. Right. This was the super firm setup. This was the part of the school and the cactus falls. This was the art house. I got graphic art, the graphic art graph so me practicing columns since I'm not good at 3D art. I'm not good at art. This is the Sandagast, but still. The Sandagast build was created off this sketch. That's how far off the finished products are from their original sketches. So this was the Arbolov sketch. So the Arbolov statue came from this sketch. Yeah, I just use a lot of like loose creativity to the end. I don't get attached to the drawing. I just need it for the idea. This was the Piplush bar, so the bar that we have Mini Yoda in. But yeah, just kind of live in books. So recipes go in nicer books because I like to write them up. So this is kind of like my brain dump book. And then I have another book that like basically like final recipes go in. There's another book that like I just have so many books. Mushroom book, yeah, it's so pretty and it's shiny. Trying it out helps me get a mental image of what I want. I love the mushroom. Yeah, I'm super. Not to sound like the 2015 memes, but I'm super into mushrooms. Oh wait, I didn't do that right. I'm super into mushrooms right now. Specifically right now. But let's go over to Cobblemon that you saw my awful drawing skills. Shout out to Ben Franklin. If you're unfamiliar with that quote, it's a quote within the queer community where like everyone a few years ago was super into voguing. And so the quote was like, I'm super into voguing. And so, yeah, that's where that little thing came from. But let's get this going. We'll jump over to... Actually, I need to transfer screens over, so bear with me. Because my screens are not above and below each other. Like, left to right from each other. So, I get a little confused. So, one screen there. Other screen there. I will show you my graphics. Yes, I'm excited. I'm excited. And then we go to our Cobblemon. So yes, we have been sitting AFK in our Cobblemon world since the beginning of our stream. You call that addiction, I call it passion. You know, I was talking to Ali, I said, I'm just watching the game. People watch sports ball, I'm watching live. This is my sports team. So, deal with it. The game has been great, though. No one's winning. And it is as it is. But... to catch you all up with the guild hall progress, stretch this out a little. I have literally never seen you offline. I've seen you offline many times. So, how this works. This is just layout setting. Dirt blocks are not permanent. This is for centering because I wanted the main center to be lined up with this opening here. This will be a staircase that leads into the main hall for the castle build. These pillars here are the circle pillars for any castle, okay? This room here I was still working on it. This room that will be here is Eden and Oryx. This room is Tigers. The rest of our rooms will be these 10 by 10 squares. Still have to craft this one though. So that's how this is going to work. These will be underground. This will be overground. Theming is going to be... Where did we put it? Motherfucker. Where's our... There we go. Theming will be these lime terracotta blocks with the slime. And it will add per blocks in the inside to kind of have that sluggy feeling. But it's kind of gonna be, not to sound weird, but like it's gonna be like an inside out. So like I want some Slagoo statues to be made in the beginning, which we'll probably have Tiger do for us or anyone else who wants to, but we'll do the evolution line in front of us, in front of the guild hall itself, but the overall castle is going to have a really cool slide. So that's kind of the goal. Also, because I forgot to tell everyone, I finally figured out how to change my name, so I'm officially Bliss Majesty in the game, and I figured out how to change my skin. So now I'm a panda with a baby panda. That's also very exciting. So it kind of feels fun because I don't think anyone knows who I am. Panda chef. Literally, though. So yeah, I'm gonna probably do some raids, but I will get to this when I'm not drinking, because terraforming when I'm drinking is a little... makes my head spinny. So, not as fun. It's very boring. It's a lot of counting. I do need to check the stores real quick. We need to get some pumpkin pie soon. We need to get some big malasadas soon. So let's empty out our farms. Show your room? Yeah. Your room's going to be this front room under the ground, because I'm going to build a graveyard here. And your room's going to be this size. I'm just scaling it down still, so it's going to be under here. And then this is Tiger's room over here. So yours is going to be right in the front. So you're going to enter the build and then just take a right and go down those stairs, and that'll be your room. So, and then this middle section is going to be the main storage. So like all of our communal storage areas will be here. That's perfect. Yay! I'm glad you like that. So yeah, that's kind of the main idea for this right now, or how it sits in my head. She's gonna be put on break, because what I think I want to do is our eventual stadium that we need to make for like doing. I think I want to make it 100 feet, because I don't have much room on the base anymore. Like when it comes to down here, I don't have much room to do like a stadium, in my opinion. So what I'm thinking of is we'll go in the air, and maybe over this area here, we'll make a stadium so it doesn't cast a black shadow all over our shit. But that's kind of the area and the route that I'm thinking of going. As far as the terraforming creative, it's going to be basically under this area here. So that's the terraforming I'll need help with, or I'll get to eventually, which is just like all of this water shit needs to kind of be filled in with like blocks, and we need to extend the land out to like here. So from like here to like here, to make the building not look like it's floating over water, essentially. But that's about it for terraforming. The rest of the land I think is okay. Like, I'm gonna empty this out and fill it in. I'm gonna empty this out and fill it in. This is fine. This needs to be filled in. All these holes. Mostly just filling in all these holes is what a large portion of the terraforming is. And extending out that land. So that's about it, though. So that's what I meant by it. It's like an hour or two of terraforming. Nothing too bad. Once all the terraforming's done, I will start to sculpt out what design of blocks would look the best. I'm thinking a design between lime and green would be nice with the green frog lights. So these three as the middle blocks, and then this encasing the blocks as the main cast. I think what happened? Oh, okay. My screen's just like freaked out. I think as long as we have the lights in the center, it'll be really, really nice looking. So the only thing I don't want to happen is for this castle to look too small in comparison of everything else. I want it to actually feel kind of grand. Space Green. Let me look at my cables real quick. The Space Green keeps bouncing back. Oh my gosh. I can smell the meatloaf and it smells so good. But maybe we can do some raids. Have you all done raids yet today? Should I do solo? Should I do raids with y'all? What's going on? What should I do? I'm just a panda. I'm still working, so we don't get rates till like 7 yet. It's like 4 more time. A few more hours. Okay. Oh, well, sounds good. There's a fishing competition. See, baby, this is protection. Fishing comp, fishing comp. I love these things. Lucky looks pretty decent. Ooh, fish magnet. Yes. Yay, raids. Yeah, I can wait till 7. That's fine. I don't need to actually do it. Why is there name that? What is it? Trump took my corn. Okay, that's allowed. But yeah, no, that's doable. The timer behind me for the meatloaf is at 15 minutes, so this is perfection. I can see your body moving. I do. Not you getting the smallest already. Shut up. Like 101 is pretty much one of the smallest. That's crazy, but that is luck RNG with this, so I do feel that. We're aiming for a sardine that is bigger than a 1-star. That's what 101 is. Anything smaller than a 101 is like the fucking 3-4 gold purple star sardines. A normal sardine's gonna be about the 107. Shit, I'm not paying attention at all. Whoops. Here's our anchovies. So 102. But again, we need the anchovy that's like more than 1 star. So we're still fishing. If we get anything smaller than 101 or 99, we're done. We don't need to stay. That's like the only reason I hate this and the longest fish competition, because it's like, it's not really a farming competition. It's like a who's done it quickest. And the who's done it quickest is relying on how you raised your rarities on your lures. So like a lot of the newer people will get the smaller fish at first, but then your like high level fishermen will get the like rare versions of those fish, which will be lighter. So sometimes when people list shiny keys, I think the game's telling me that I got a shiny key, and I almost react in a way that's like really exciting. And then I read. This was a great summer of everything. Marina and the Diamonds was still like underground and coming out. Great time. Marina, don't fail. Hey, baby girl. What's up? What's up? You want up? Going up? You want up? Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't know about blue ghosts though. I don't think they're swallows. Is it only 116? Oh my gosh, I thought it was much deeper. I wish those roaches were sardines. I would have been way happier. Ah, this fucking Pokemon hook sucks. Lucky hook. Fortune Hook doesn't cut it for me. I've never got like great hits from Fortune Hook. I don't like it. I've gotten better hits from Lucky Hook, personally. And with the luck that's already on, it would this spot. So the hotspot magnet is worth this alone, even though the Lustrous Hook is on it. It's still worth it for the hotspot, in my opinion. So hotspot just refers to like it'll be like bring in more fish and yeah, like, so it's a good keyword. The issue is I don't know if there's fish smaller than sardine in this area. So we might be fine, because if the Pokemon hook is on there for another 10 to 12 minutes, I don't know if they're gonna find smaller, but maybe they will. We got 10 minutes on our timer. It smells so good, I'm not gonna lie. I love meatloaf. Meatloaf is so yummy. Right in my way. No, Floette. You bitch. You pushed me off a third. Now I get nothing. Ugh. Do I need to go back to farming sardines? I hate these 3 attempts. We did it. Ugh, another one. I hate these ones. I don't know if any of the fish are small enough here. It's annoying. Do I have any bait or anything to make the rarity increase? Yeah. Let's go back to farming sardines. I just don't think anything's smaller than sardines in this game. Someone got a 1-inch though, so there might be. It's a possibility. I just don't want Pokemon. I hate Pokemon charms. Fish magnet's kind of where it's at. Ooh, our rolls look so good. They're like perfect. I'm so excited for some really good dinner rolls. I think the last time we had some really good dinner, like in high school, for being honest, because we used to make. Our high school had this catering business that was really fun. It's called Wildcat Catering, and basically how we funded all of our competitions and everything that we did outside of schooling was like by us owning our own business. The thing about culinary when I was in it is that none of it was funded by the school. That's a 2-star anchovy. Is that not lighter? You're a bitch. But yeah, basically everything in culinary arts that we did wasn't funded by the school, so we had to raise all of it ourselves. Shit, I fucked that game up. And that's how we did some of it. Oh, I'm so bad at these games right now. I'm just spam right-clicking. Stop it. Stop it. Six minutes on Meatloaf. What you doing tonight? See what you got in store. Give me some more. Baby, baby. I wonder if we can get lucky. That's annoying. With some good bait on the last seconds. Maybe the legendary bait can help us out a little. If not, then it's what it is. Whoops. No, not Pokemon. No, you need fish. Oh, that's mean. I'm 102 and someone's in front of me still. That means someone got 102. Oh, I'd be so pressed. Stop smacking butt. Diddling it up, mouse. 3 minutes till I raise the temperature. Oh, poop. 3 times. I don't think we're gonna get it. 4 minutes left. I mean, I've gotten it in the last minute. It's a possibility. I missed it. It's gonna take me a while to see my action. I'm so used to Pandorista. Nope, just a bunch of Pokemon. And I'm not gonna kill. I don't want to. Tiger, did you change your skin again? What is on? What are you wearing? Oh. What's on your head? Turn again. Is it a bonnet? Oh, it's a head. Is that Brion? Or Primarina? Who is that? That looks like Primarina. You troll, stop it. Oh my god. Annoying. Anchovies, but not light enough. Okay, so we're gonna pop the oven up to 425 to continue baking it for like another 20 minutes or so. This is what it looks like in the mold. Oh, I forget, I'm not on my computer. Well, I'll show you after the 20 minutes. Because I'm not on. It's nice to see James back online. So was in the goddamn door, yeah. Ooh, legendary in 15. That's insane. Now, unless the wind changes drastically, we get lucky with the last catch for SOL here. Catching anchovies, but not the rare kind. Whoops. Sorry, I changed my top screen. I needed a full screen. Remember the setting. Yeah. There. Okay. No luck. That's okay. We still have some points for it. Random candies. We have tickets to claim. I like to do the Pokemon ones because it always gives me Pokemon I don't have. So we got. Who's Drizzile? Wait, no, I'm not even. I am legit have never seen this Pokemon like that. That's not Samus, is it? This thing. This is Inteleon? Oh. Wait, isn't it Blossom? Oh, so Pokemon is the typical Pokemon in Minecraft mod. So if you play Java, you have access to all, like all of the generations of Pokemon implemented into Minecraft. And so there's a lot of things that are added, and still some things that like that. So, but yeah, it's fun for you to get into those screens. You want more information? Information. But yeah, it's essentially it's got everything that you would find in your basic craft games. Also Pokemon. Even ultimates. Best machine. So when I started on the server, it was just myself, and I was just building as per usual. Eventually, Matt Eden, Art, Tiger, Emma, Twiggy, Creative, and a large portion of us ended up joining the game to become a guild, and so we've all just been hanging out here. My base is kind of one of the, I wouldn't say main, but like I kind of make it the communal space in a sense. So I'm working on a guild hall where we can all have independent custom rooms. And the last build we worked on was the Dratini house, which is this little pirate cove type of thing in here. And then before that was the Arbalo build. And before that was the Palisand build, which is our trader bombs. But yes, Robert, if you didn't understand how much of a Minecraft nerd I was, yeah, you know. Okay, so we need to go find out. I think I just wanted to chill on the beach, honestly, for most of the legendary spawns, because I've been wanting to catch like another kill mill, and I've been wanting to try to get some of the ultra beasts that are on the beach, because I didn't realize that they were on the beach. But yeah, I could do a battle tower. That sounds kind of fun. So I might do a battle tower here soon. I'm gonna go potty first, real quick. When I get back, I'll check on the food, and then we'll get into all that. I will be right back. I gotta find it so bad. Alrighty. I have heard more gym class heroes in the last hour on the stream than in the last 10 years. Yeah, I put it on gym class heroes radio. Creative kept like uh requesting music like from like the Nelly era, and so this was my solution. I'm gonna go back to the cooking stream just for a second so I can show off the meatloaf while it's cooking. Now this was summer of 2012 for me. I was 19 and I was more of a definition of a hipster than what hipster could ever be defined. Put it this way. I I I grew up in that era, right? Uh Starfleet Bob here and Ellie back in the day when we all met up for the first time in a while. I was wearing one of my favorite jackets, which is just this disgusting, dirty, acid jean wash jacket. And they kept calling me crisscross. And I didn't know what they were. I didn't understand it because I'm dense. I'm a pound cake a lot of times. But yeah, that era of like fashion is very much what I settle into, that like 90s era of urban fashion. By the way, crisscross was hysterical. I just didn't understand. Where is my fucking eating pad? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we are still cooking, but we have about maybe another 20 minutes or so for this bad boy. You can see all the juice in the bottom. That'll be part of the gravy and the drippings a little bit later. We're gonna check the buns or the rolls per se, and maybe get those in soon. Okay, so we have our rolls here. Yummy. They look fantastic. So you want your rolls to grow about double in size. You want them to touch. They're going to grow a little bit more when you bake them, but then they're going to shrink back down. So you definitely want to proof them, but don't overproof them. If you overproof your bread, you're going to get really dry, airy bread that just deflates into like nothing. So can you do that on stream? Checking buttons and whatnot? The stitch towel be the... So we're just gonna get some butter. I need to melt a little bit, and then we're gonna top up all these with a little bit of butter for the skin. Because right now the bread's creating a skin. This skin becomes the crust. It's what gets golden brown. When you add butter on top of this, it helps get a little bit more of a caramelized color versus like a terracotta brown. So like basically you're aiming towards a caramel color and not a muted earth tone color. If you get the muted earth tone color, it typically means you didn't add a fat on the top of the bread to help cook the outside of the skin. So I have a stick of butter. I'm just going to cut off like a quarter of it and put it in a little bowl in the microwave to get it melted. There's something so intoxicating about like yeast in dough. Like I smell like I'm about to eat a bunch of donuts. It smells very good. And yeast is one of those smells. It took a while for me to actually enjoy it. I used to really find the smell of yeast disgusting. But I think as I've gotten older, I've really enjoyed it. So after we butter these buns, I've never made bread before. You should, Tiger. It's not too hard, honestly. Don't need a mixer. You don't need anything. Your simple quick rice bread rolls recipes. I mean, I did this. I'm not tired. I'm not sweating. If you're making like sourdough, well, I fucked that word up. If you're making like sourdough rolls, is what I meant to say. I combine the words sourdough and roll. If you're making sourdough rolls, those types of bread loaves and the non-instant release yeast takes a lot more manual labor. But if you use the instant yeast, it's honestly really, really simple. Um, but yeah, like this took like 20 minutes of handwork and it's not even like really that excessive. Like making a pudding is more tiring than this. Making a custard or a lemon bar is more tiring than this. So it's really easy too, because before this proofed, those little balls you saw me make earlier, Tiger, if I just froze those on the cookie sheet as is, I could keep them in the freezer for a long time. And then for like Thanksgiving or dinner, I could pull out 6, leave them at room temperature to grow, and then bake just the 6 rolls, and they would be perfectly fine. So it's a really good way. It's like cookie dough. It's a nice way to like save some. It's funny how much attitude plays in baking. Alex tried to make her dinner rolls in Virginia and struggled since she's so used to doing them in Denver. Altitude. Yeah, no, actually, you're not wrong. The bakers, how do I put it? There's something that every baker struggles with baking inside of Colorado specifically, and it's macaroons. You have to make macaroons so specific in Colorado because of the way the altitude and dryness affects everything. And it can be really frustrating if you're not used to the altitude or you came from the altitude and didn't know otherwise. So, oh, that's so irritating. I want to make bread. Yes, Tiger, you should. It's super simple. It's super easy. Every time I've been afraid to make bread, I've just bitten the bullet and did it, and it's turned out amazing. So, okay, I got my melted butter here. Um, I never have a brush, honestly. Don't make macaroons. You don't need to creative. If you want to make something more technical that's going to be more rewarding, make shoe pastry, like puff pastry. So like the little puffs, the popovers almost that you can fill. Make those. Those are more rewarding. It's not that they're horrible, it's just that they're stupid. Um it's like following math, but somewhere along the line the math problem changed, it didn't tell you. It's just frustrating, and it can be really, really debilitating as someone who's talented at a craft because it has nothing to do with talent and everything to do with like nature around you. But that's the thing about like traditional recipes that people sometimes don't understand fully, is that a large portion of our traditional recipes that came from like our great great grandparents era were all specific around the climates and era, like the climates and the environments they came from. So not all those recipes can sometimes work for us. So yeah, I just coil up a paper towel. I just dab. Light dabs. I put more slime blocks in your chest. Thank you, Tiger. I appreciate it. You're the best. That's alright. Alright, not sure. Okay, so we have all these nice and buttered. Grab the salt, which is somewhere. We're just gonna lightly salt all of the. Yummy. Okay. We're gonna set these aside. Gonna give this another mix. Wait a second. That's okay. I really like to make sure that this isn't really well before it being out. Just because if I don't, it separates quite a bit, if I'm being honest, so. Yummy. Not starchy at all. Needs a little bit of salt though. The potatoes will eat salt, so if you season things, I always describe seasoning like writing an essay. You need to season things in the beginning, the middle, and the end. You never just salt things in the beginning or the end. You always do it in the beginning, the middle, and the end. Food develops and changes, and as it develops and changes, some of the salt you add in the beginning completely disappears. Doesn't mean it's not needed. It's still needed. So always do it in stages. I'm gonna give our chowder a mix because it's pretty cooled down now. And this one, I can probably portion up here soon in the containers to get it cooling down in the fridge. But this is essentially our chowder. So it's got bacon, clams, celery, onion, carrots, garlic, bay leaf, thyme, oregano, milk, coffee powder, and flour. Also butter. But I will probably portion about over about half of this so we continues to freeze like the winter time when we want it. But we're gonna probably need more strips. So once our bread is done, we can do some clam chowder. If this was a kitchen, I'd have a hotel pan, and I poured into the hotel pan. I don't have hotel pans, so yeah. We're gonna keep stirring it until it's good. And when you stir things in pots like this, it's best to lift from the bottom instead of just going in circles. You need to get the product on off the bottom so that it like fluids properly in a sense. Okay. So we're going to pop the rolls and the Brussels in, and then we'll pop in the mashed potatoes. We're gonna put them on 15-minute timers. Let me figure this out real quick. Okay, so we got dinner rolls on the top rack, meatloaf, and Brussels on the bottom rack. The way ovens work, if they're not convection ovens, those wire coils, ovens heat from the bottom up. Unless it's on broil, broil means the heating elements work from the top down. If it's a convectioner oven, it means that the temperature will be through and through consistent all the way through. The issue with normal convection, like non-convection ovens at home, is that the bottom of the oven's always going to be much hotter than the top. So you always want things if you need a good sear or you want it to cook faster and harder on the bottom of shelf, like middle bottom. If you need things to cook a little bit slower but still at that temperature, like cakes for instance and things like that, middle to top shelf works better because of the consistency of the heat being kind of like equaled out by the gap of air in between that of element. So it's why I was stating earlier, like I won't do too many baking things on stream regularly because things that are super fun to me, like macaroons, for instance, it does come down to the simplicity of like your oven doesn't hold the proper temperature for the right time. And that can be really frustrating. So, if your oven is not a convection oven, there's a way to make it a convection. If you want a convection oven and you want all of your baked goods to come out delicious, and you need to get a hotel pan. You need to put an inch of water in that hotel pan, and it needs to go in the oven while you bake your products. Making your oven have steam inside of it will equalize the heat through and through, so it's completely. That is what replicates a convection oven. So essentially, it's not that convection ovens are impossible to get to. They're expensive, don't get me wrong. They're expensive because they utilize it. They're steamy as well as they. So, perfect. That's what. So if you have a baked good like a cake, things that definitely retain moisture, put some water in at the bottom. A sheet tray works, a baking pan works, an inch or less of water in the bottom. Helps retain moisture in anything you're baking. When I get into baking cakes in the future, I will show you the one trick my stepmom taught me to help make cakes always flat on top so you don't have to shave too much off the rounded top. Again, just more science about equalizing heat. Nothing really that crazy, nothing fancy, but just a lot of little things that paying attention to helps when it comes to the parameters like baking. So, alrighty. Just a heads up to remind yourself that if your kitchen doesn't look, it's upside down. We may need to go upside down. Oh, okay. If your kitchen doesn't look like that after making all your meals, you should probably be doing more dishes. I know it sucks, but trust me, you'll thank yourself. Well, thank yourself in the future. So, okay. Let me think. I'm gonna put a 10-minute timer on the stuff in the oven. When that 10-minute timer is up, we'll put the mashed potatoes. And then yeah, we're pretty close to getting done with the cooking stream. But I will jump into more compliment prayer. Well, for that. Why is it doing that? Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. That's why. That's my old game screen, so it confuses me sometimes. I might prepare this one last time. Ugh. Before we finish things out. But I might go over to... Nah, I don't want to do that right now. I was going to do a Battle Tower. Battle Tower is like right up my speed right now, so... I'm going to take a quick break once more time. Smoke a bowl, you know, all that casual shit. And then I will do a Battle Tower, and then finish out the food. I think we'll probably be pretty close to calling stream for the day. Not as long as my typical streams, but, you know, it's cooking. If I get everything set up back in its original place, because I went from one corner of the room to the opposite corner of the room, I'll probably still be on playing the game. I can't promise another stream because I'll need to go to sleep by then anyways, but, yeah. And then tomorrow will be our typical streaming as per usual, so... Cobblemon Gaming, I think tomorrow's Cobblemon is going to be... What? Guildhall building is what I think it is. So after terraforming, it's just going to be the Guildhall building, and I want to try to get that done at least in 1 or 2 streams. So I want to try to get a large portion of it done tomorrow, and then maybe like putzing around on it the next couple of days, if anything. So that's the overall game plan. So yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, I got into conversation. We always get carried away with conversations, so sometimes that's what it is. Okay, timer went off. We're gonna check the food real quick, and then we can get back to cup one. It calls for it. Okay, it looks like everything is about like 5 more minutes per se, but now would be a good time to throw our potatoes in as well with everything. So now finding a spot for it is definitely an issue. So we might take out the meatloaf for now to let it rest. Because I know it's definitely cooked. I'll take the temperature, but I know it's over 175. So. Okay, so here is the meatloaf. Throw the potatoes in. Thermometer. All right, y'all. I still need more ideas for what to cook next. All I got was the compound butter and a couple of other ideas like lasagna, but I need like a firm idea. When you temperature things, don't go straight up and down. Go diagonal. And don't press it all the way down in. The goal is to get to the center. Okay? Beef has an internal cook temperature of technically 155 down to 145. That's a rare. 155 is typically when it's well done. Some people will say 165, but honestly, the rest of the time they'll always push it over. So 155 if you're cooking beef is in. If you're cooking pork, pork cooks at 145. So that's why 150 to 155 is a really good temperature for meat and just meat. If it's chicken, chicken needs to be raised above 165. So please keep that in mind. Right now, we are at 165. So that means our entire meatloaf is completely safe. So this is very important to understand how not to make a mistake. Many people. So the least you can do is at least look up the proper temperatures of what meat should be cooked to. You don't have to take temperatures of everything, but chicken's 165, pork is 145, beef is 155, and so forth. I think fish is also 145, but it's to keep us safe. I have an empty pan here. That's what I will put the drippings into. And I will make a gravy out of this. Oops. Well, that happened. Welcome to the kitchen. Honestly, when mistakes happen, the best advice for you is to just be calm and collected about it. A lot of people freak out and get irritated, but... Oops, 1 second. I need to grab a hot pan for over here. Okay. But yeah, anyways, a lot of people kind of freak out about it. And honestly, think like the old school storybook we grew up with, The Tortoise and the Hare. Honestly, freaking out about it isn't going to help. But cleaning it up in a finely paced manner will help you be able to digest the mistake you just made, because it can be irritating when you make mistakes. I do get it, but it's not always bad. I'm religious about measuring the temp of my chicken after giving Alex listening Xmas. Like, yes, exactly. It's one of those shitty things that honestly can happen when you don't genuinely feel like it will. And it's shitty. It's really shitty. I wish temperatures and things like that were part of like a normal everyday class that we had to take in high school, like during health class or something like that. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Um, I hate how much our generation forced us to rely on pre-prepared meals. But it's what Rubel told me was to be expected. So, knew it was coming. But yes, the cook temperature of chicken is 165. If you are extra worried about it, cook it to 170. Now this is bone out. If there is bone in your chicken, cook that shit to 175, please. If your bone is in your chicken, that means the temperature needs to be raised to a higher temperature to cook it fully. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Saturday, and Sunday. Oh man, this song came out when I was running a watermelon slice stand at the South Whitney State Fair. I was 15. So funny. I'm gonna put a half cup of flour in here to eat up all the fat, butter. That was a little more. That was like 3/4 a cup. Just a heads up. But we're gonna mix this all in, get it nice and smooth. And this will be our gravy. You can kind of see it thicken up already because of the flour and how hot it already was, but I'm a huge fan of gravy when it comes to meat, so I won't say no. I'll probably add a little bit of heavy cream and some milk to this to lighten it up some. Oh, that's so good. That's actually so good. Okay. Definitely need some fat to cut it. So a little bit of half and half. And a little bit of water, the salt content in it. Because it's like perfectly salted, but I like it to be a little undersalted. So the rule of thumb for me personally is if things are salted perfectly to how I like them, it's too salty. I've been a chef for so long of my life that if things are too, like perfectly salted to me, the average intake of like a person will be too salty. Unless you're one of those people who like only eat salt, it'll be perfect for you. But they teach us in cooking that it's easier to add salt than it is to remove it. So they much prefer it to be slightly undersalted for the table so they can add salt if they prefer versus the opposite. So it's a happy medium. Still could use some water. So basically the gravy tastes basically like a meatloaf. I'm not gonna lie. It tastes like all of the beef drippings from the meatloaf, which is really nice. And it has a little bit of a kick from the ketchup, which is where the color's coming from. And yeah, it's just really tasty. Okay, and then I'm gonna set this aside. Typically your rule of thumb with like anything thick like this is your goal is a figure 8. So if you can make a figure 8 and still see it, that's kind of what determines custard's thickness. So since this is a gravy, I don't want to necessarily see the figure 8. You can kind of see the line sit on top, but it falls into it. That's what I mean by the figure. If this was a custard and I did this figure 8, you would see that figure 8 still stand on the top of it. That's what I mean by the custard thickness. This is a gravy thing. So as you can see, when I do this, you see it for a split second, but it falls flat. That's a good, as we would say, well, because I like science too, the viscosity of the sauce is good. So that's what we're saying for me. Sorry. I sometimes feel weird saying like really sciencey words because I'm like, I could just say thickness, but I was taught to say viscosity. So yeah. But yeah, some gravy's here. I'm gonna check the bread here soon. Oh no, we got our bread a little dark, but that's okay. It might be because of the butter. We'll see, but that's okay. I didn't put a timer on the end of these, so they're still soft in the center. They're just extra crusty, so we'll check them in a second. But this is a little bit darker than we want. Probably want, like again, they said you aim for caramel, not terracotta. I wouldn't say this is unedible. Definitely still edible. If it was much darker, it would be like a peel off the top edibility. This is still doable, because it's like this is close to the too far, but this is passable. This over here would be like what you aim, this caramel color. So if this was in the oven, maybe like a minute or two less at 425, probably would have been fine. And they're still fine now, especially since they're being dipped in chowder. But we're gonna set them aside to let them rest a little bit more, and then finish out the Brussels sprouts. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, so here's some of the Brussels sprouts. We're gonna add some of the balsamic on them and get them finished. I accidentally dropped one, so pick that up. Ugh. Okay, so we have the roasted balsamic, or the roasted Brussels sprouts with a little bit of olive oil, salt, pepper, garlic powder, onion powder. I'm going to take the balsamic reduction that we thinned out a little bit before and toss it on the top of it. And then I'm just going to use a spoon to mix it all up. I just want to make sure it doesn't out again so if there are any mistakes. And that. And I think that's everything minus the mashed potatoes, which are just finished eating. So I can get to plating. And then I'll call Ellie out here to eat some stuff. So this is actually a bowl I made in high school. I really love it. It's the glazes I use for black metal and white. And yeah, I was really obsessed with frilly edges and having a really nice soup bowl. So I named this. I'm gonna probably plate the chowder and this with some of the gluten. ladle. Okay, so again, this is clam chowder with potatoes, carrots, celery, onion, garlic, corn, clams, and bacon. That's half and half, milk, thyme, oregano, Worcestershire, and Tabasco to finish. Just gonna wipe the edges off. And then we just grab a couple of our bread pieces and pop them in. And then I'll grab a spoon. And then let me go grab Ellie. The art. Okay. What do clams taste like? It looks delicious. If you get proper clams, Eden, clams kind of taste like if you've ever had calamari, like fried calamari, it'll taste kind of similar to that, but not too different. If it tastes too fishy, it just means that the clams weren't necessarily at their best time being nice. They're old, to put it kindly. So as far as how any ocean food should taste, it should taste a little bit like salty water, but with a lot more like flavor, if that makes sense. So this one specifically, it's spiked with quite a bit of Worcestershire and Tabasco, so you won't get that fishy flavor at all. You're gonna get more of a creamy, savory flavor with a little bit of clam bite at the end because clams are gonna be the chewiest thing in this. You wanna taste it? You get to see Ellie. Let me. So yeah, Ellie's gonna taste it.
Oh, I'm so tall.
giving Powerpuff the secretary. The secretary. So yeah, this is the bread rolls and then the cheddar itself. So about it.
Oh, those rolls look so good. I have to stay off screen. No, wait, I've already. Never mind, my face is hurt.
You're good. I can hear you.
I was gonna get my neck. That's so good. Oh, the corn is so nice. Like any chowder where it's like the corn is like those little like bursts of like, it feels really sweet. Like the corn adds the right amount of sweetness.
Perfect. Yay! I just want to
That's so fucking good.
like
It's gonna be like it's
okay.
So,
Part.
that's so good with the roll too. That's like perfect roll syndrome.
It passes. It's good. I accept it.
Just fine. That is still yeah.
Okay. So we'll move on to. You gotta stay ominous out of the frame. We're literally keeping the seat. We'll move on to plating the meatloaf, and then I think that's where we'll probably end up calling the cooking stream. Too many times people has taking the toll on me. Did I have fun? Yes. I actually, low key, as tiring as I bitch and say, oh, it's so tiring, but I absolutely love cooking. There is nothing in me that I think anyone could convince me otherwise that, like, I don't enjoy cooking. I love it. It's just, it's something that makes sense to me. I feel, I wouldn't say like the smartest in, but I feel wise in. and it just feels comfortable. It's a setting that I feel comfortable in. Okay. So we have our meatloaf here. Grab some gloves and we're gonna get this cut up. And the best part is, I always get, do you want to know what I always get the most excited about food though? It's the leftovers. I get the most excited about leftovers. Okay, so we're gonna take the whole meatloaf. We're gonna pop this bad boy over here. Okay, so the end caps are always the most dry, so we're gonna shave off the end so you can see the inside. You have our carrot, our onions, and all of our other veg. Tears apart really nicely. Mm, super moist. Has a pretty heavy Italian seasoning flavoring from the sausage, but still super tasty. That's good. Okay, so it's so good. Meatloaf dinners are typically about like an inch in size when you want to cut about the loaf. So I'll cut about a few inches of just the pure loaf for some dinners, like that many for like two meatloaf dinners, you know? I'll pop this back in the pan just to get it out of the way. It's back in there. Okay. And then all of this specifically, what's bomb is fun. It's super tasty, actually. Ellie! So I'm gonna slice this thinner, and this will be for meatloaf sandwiches because I am a huge fucking sucker for meatloaf sandwiches, to be honest with you. It's what actually got me into meatloaf sandwiches in general, or like meatloaf. So, and then this, I'm just gonna wait for Ellie. I don't think they heard me. Okay, I'll be right back. I also like that you're using your electro gloves, not company to the black glove peer pressure. I love that. Honestly, black gloves are way more expensive. If you're in the restaurant, it's crazy. Colorado is big on the black gloves. You're not wrong though. I don't think you realize how obsessed I am with meatloaf. Are you ready for the best meatloaf? Oh, apples too. Mm. It tastes like you cook that on like a stove. Like you're a caveman just making like it's just so raw and so meaty. Just cook what's available from the land. But, okay. So make a meatloaf dinner. Let's tell them I said hi. Enthusiastically. Hi, Ellie! That's from our. Okay, so we're gonna put the stuff for the sandwiches in here. You can just let it chill like that. These are scraps, so I'm still gonna eat these because they're super good. Okay. I have to go to the BRB soon because I have to go potty so bad, and then I'm gonna play the Meatloaf. So, but yeah, I have to go potty really bad. Sorry. Be right back. Alrighty. Even though I do most of the cooking, one of the things Alex cooks is meatloaf with rice as the binder. Ooh, so low key, not gonna lie, Robert, I was thinking about using half of this meatloaf mixture for what I grew up eating called porcupine meatballs, which is exactly what you're talking about. But we would form them into little meatballs and cook it in a tomato sauce and serve it over rice. More rice, obviously. It's a Brenda recipe, but it's one of my absolute favorites. And it's a great way to use up leftover rice if you have it. So I think that's amazing. This is going in the refrigerator. Normally, I would say make sure to rest it beforehand. It's a shallow enough container. They're sliced thin enough. It's going to cool off in time. So, okay. I will always use a square plate if plating. Honestly, rounds are overrated. Squares are sexy. Okay, so first up, we got our mash. The mash goes on the plate first. It's considered the starch. Typically, if you were cooking a meal for a restaurant, they will require three things: a veg, a starch, and a protein. So when you are cooking that, you have to always keep that in mind when you're just cooking things in general. So this is the starch. Do some wiping. And yes, wiping is part of the job when you are a chef. Okay. So rule one of plating is that you always have space on the edge of your plate. You always want to plate towards the center, and height is sexy. So essentially, I have my Brussels sprouts, so I'm going to tower them on top of the mashed potatoes to give it more height. You don't want to smash the potatoes. You're just basically trying to pile it on top. So things that fall like that, you want to move that. So like this one over here, you want to move that. And if this was a restaurant, you'd also want to clean that up. So essentially we have our veg, we have our starch. After that would be our protein. Now, this could be a heavy protein dish or a light protein dish, depending on what you want, depending on your chef and your restaurant. So I will make this a semi-heavy dish. So basically, it's going to take one of the meatloaf, and it's going to be in the center specifically because this is the highlight of the dish. You're going to take your other slice and do the same thing. Okay? So you have your two slices on top of each other, your veg showing, your starch on the side, but you still have your border or your rim of your plate. If you notice there's a lot of empty space over here, that's for sauce. Alrighty. For sauce, there's only two places you ever really need to go. On the protein specifically, and around the protein. So that empty space that I was talking about is for the sauce. If you notice that gap of space allows the sauce to pop, and it allows for the meat to shine as well. So you see the white, light tan, the brown from the meat, the green from the sprouts. The only thing I would say that would make the plating better, which I don't, I mean, I have some cilantro. Hang on. So typically in a restaurant, we use like micro onions, micro greens, or any sort of micro. All I have currently is cilantro, so that's what we're going to use for the ranch. Alrighty, and that would probably be the meatloaf dinner. So essentially, you have your meatloaf front and center so you can see what it is and what you're eating. You have your starch, which is typically always at the bottom of your protein. Typically, if you're in the back, you have your veg, which is still visible from the sides. And then on the third side, you have your sauce. So basically, when you serve this, you would always be meat loaf forward. So Brussels sprouts at the back. And there is a proper way to set plates in front of. We are heading to make our dinner early. You made everyone hungry. That looks so good, Lizzie. Tell me how it all is. Yes, of course. Enjoy your dinner. Thanks for hanging out all day and thanks for helping me get to the cooking stream that I need to do. So, I hope you will. Well, I'm gonna take a bite of this because it looks delicious. So give me a second. I know the meatloaf is good, but like, what about everything else? And I was always taught that when you try stuff, you're supposed to take a bite of everything. So that's how Scott trained me. Super good. The sprouts have a nice crunch to them that like I don't know if you've ever had crispy sprouts, but it has a very specific flavor that's very tasty. The meatloaf is super moist because of the extra stock I put at the bottom, and the mashed potatoes are super light because of how much starch we washed out. So honestly, everything works really well together. The only thing I would say it's missing is probably like if there was like crispy onions in the garnish or like some sort of crisp factor, like a gremolata, like a nut, like smoked almonds or macadamias, it would add a lot to the dish itself because there is no crunch factor right now, but it would be tasty with a crunch. But with all that said, it's still very delicious. I'm not gonna lie. Really love the meatloaf. Definitely one of the better meatloafs I've made, honestly. If I'm- But it might be just that I've been a long time since I've made it. Um, the Brussels I'm obsessed with. I've always been obsessed with these types of Brussels. So basically now I have a bunch of food to cool, portion out, put in the freezer, divvy out, force Ellie to eat, force myself to eat, and yeah. And that would probably conclude the streaming. Um, thank you all, everyone, again for helping me get to the point of where I start to share my cooking again. It means a lot to me. It's been a lot of fun. I really love cooking. I'm pretty passionate about it. And it's a lot of fun to be able to share that passion too outside of my building. So I know you all learned me through my building on Minecraft and stuff like that. So it's fun to be able to express the other sides of me that make me bliss. So you can tell you have fun. Well, thank you, Creative. It's been nice to see so many friendly faces all over the day too, like Twiggy and Devil and everyone that stopped by. It means a lot. I'm sorry to all the Australian, New Zealander friends, like Seppi community and everything like that. I really tried to make it at a time that like everyone kind of see. I know Med stopped in here for a little bit, but yeah, I hope the VOD is enough for you all. In the future, maybe I'll try to get it a little bit earlier. I just always feel a little weird about cooking at 3 a.m. in the morning for my time. So, but yeah, um, again, I appreciate everyone who stopped by. Thank you so much, Robert, for joining in. And it's so lovely to see a friendly face. And one of my chopsticks fell out. And I hope to see you all again soon. Tomorrow is regular program for streaming. It is Minecraft, and I will think about possibly doing another cooking stream next week. And I will start to think of a menu idea for that as well. So yeah. Thanks again, everyone. I hope you have a great night and or day, depending on where you're at. And I will see you all tomorrow.